Chapter 3341. Who is this person? Why did an immortal Xiao bring him along? Professor Dou frowned and asked, Why should I bring him along? So that you can silence him? Xiao Hua laughed coldly. This person didn't say much. He only said that he saw someone enter the Seven Suns Temple in the dark, and he vaguely saw Wu Qian nearby. You returned to kill Wu Qian just based on this? Professor Dou was even more dissatisfied. Xiao Hua laughed coldly again. Do you think I'm that kind of person? If that's the case, I should have searched Wu Qian's soul when I saw him. Searched Wu Qian's soul? You searched Wu Qian's soul? Professor Dou's expression changed. That's right. If I didn't search Wu Qian's soul, how would I know that he knowingly broke the law and brought a few constables to the Seven Suns Temple? If I didn't search Wu Qian's soul, how would I know that he broke the law and accepted Jiang Wenhao's bribe to give the West Conk Ridge to the Jiang family? If I didn't search Wu Qian's soul, how would I kill Wu Qian, Zhuahong, Wang Tingyue, Zhang Chang, and Su Hongxi? Why didn't I kill the other constables at the Seven Suns Temple? If I didn't search Wu Qian's soul, how would I dare to bring Master Dao Shan's corpse to the Bronze Pillar Academy? Xiao Hua's every word shook the surroundings. Every word caused the faces of the students to change. After he finished speaking, not to mention the hundreds of villagers who were stirred up, even the students looked as if they were about to die. That's right, Xiao Hua was a Taoist disciple and a weakling in the hidden immortal continent. If he didn't have such solid evidence, how would he dare to provoke the Confucian Academy? If he didn't know the filth within, how would he dare to bring Master Dao Shan's corpse to the Imperial Academy? But if what Xiao Hua said was true, this would be a huge humiliation to the Bronze Pillar Imperial Academy. Not only would the Academy be destroyed by Xiao Hua for nothing, but its countless years of reputation would also be destroyed. Sigh. Professor Dou sighed and shook his head. Immortal Xiao, you are too reckless. Even if Wu Qian and the rest are guilty, the Bronze Pillar Country's magistrate should be the judge. You have no right to disregard human life. You should report it to the government. Especially, who knows if you searched Wu Qian's soul? Who knows if you're telling the truth? We don't have the testimony of Wu Qian and the others either. You have no evidence, so how can this old man and the others say anything? Haha, Bronze Pillar State Magistrate? What a big government. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. Not just the governor of the Copper Pillar State, even if it's the Copper Pillar State, even if it's the Yu Province, even if it's the entire hidden immortal continent, none of them are worthy of this Zhao's report. Perhaps you have the right to be arrogant. Professor Dou didn't mention the shortcomings of the Taoist sections. Instead, he explained, however, the Seven Suns Temple is in my Bronze Pillar Nation. Wu Qian is also a subordinate of the Bronze Pillar Nation's magistrate. This matter has to go through the magistrate. Doshan Jun, Xiao Hua sneered. This Xiao thinks highly of you and has already given you face by telling you the cause of the matter, as well as the name of the real culprit. Why are you not going to arrest Jiang Wenhao, but are here to argue with this Xiao about Wu Qian's death? Could it be that you want to arrest this Xiao and bring him to justice? Jiang Wenhao is the descendant of a Confucian family in the Bronze Pillar Nation. He is also a well-known figure in the Imperial Academy. Even I have heard of him. Professor Dou replied plainly. Therefore, you don't have to worry. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. At this point, Professor Dou grinned and mocked himself. This Dou's words are blasphemous to the Buddhist sections. I hope that the eminent monks of the Buddhist sects will not take it to heart. Wow, another group of women exclaimed. They were obviously very satisfied with Doshan Jun's modesty. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't pretend to be profound. Xiao Hua was even more unhappy as he said coldly. Professor Dou didn't mind and smiled. What I mean is that immortal Xiao doesn't have to worry about Jiang Wenhao escaping. Even if he escapes, there is still the Jiang family. If he really did such evil deeds, not to mention me, even the Imperial Academy will not let the Jiang family off. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and praised. Just based on what you said, I will temporarily let go of the Imperial Academy's teacher statue. Professor Dou's face turned slightly cold when he heard this. He said with conviction, I will definitely give you an answer regarding Jiang Wenhao. But what about the Imperial Academy's gate? How are you going to give me and the Imperial Academy an answer? Is the dean the dean? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Professor Dou was stunned and replied casually, Of course not. If you're not the dean, why should I give you an answer? Xiao Hua laughed. After the Jiang Wenhao incident, you can consider this matter again. Professor Dou laughed coldly. I would like to see how you're going to give the Imperial Academy an answer, how you're going to give the Confucian cultivators an answer. After he finished speaking, Dou Shanjun raised his voice and asked, Where is Jiang Wenhao? When Xiao Hua mentioned Jiang Wenhao, there were already scholars in the Imperial Academy who sent out students to look for him. Xiao Hua had already released his soul awareness and locked onto this person. Just as Xiao Hua expected, when Jiang Wenhao heard that the Imperial Academy's gate was smashed and that Xiao Hua had brought Dao Shan's corpse to look for him, he panicked and ran out of the Imperial Academy in a hurry. However, he only left for a short while before he turned back. After he turned back, his expression was much calmer. Obviously, it was as Professor Dou said. Even if Jiang Wenhao ran away, the Jiang family of the Copper Pillar Nation would not be able to escape. Instead of panicking, it was better to face it calmly. Xiao Hua saw how panicked Jiang Wenhao was and was already confident. Therefore, he was not worried that he would not be able to give the Confucian cultivators and the Imperial Academy an answer. Not long after, Jiang Wenhao came in a hurry with a scholar. Looking at the handsome man whom he had already seen at the academy last night, Xiao Hua despised him from the bottom of his heart. What a waste of such a good appearance. That's right, this Jiang Wenhao was the scholar that Xiao Hua had seen before, the scholar that was proficient in Qi Wenzhong, the scholar that used a brush to add the finishing touches to the lotus lantern. Even at this moment, the two whiskers at the corners of the scholar's mouth were still slightly curled up. Those seemingly ordinary eyes were still deep and profound. Although flying in the air and standing next to Professor Dou somewhat obscured his elegance, it seemed that the two of them complemented each other, making them even brighter for a moment. Student greets Dean Dou. Jiang Wenhao bowed to Dou Shanjun and said respectfully. Professor Dou smiled and waved his hand. Stand up. Do you know the reason why I asked you to come here today? Yes, I've already heard about it. Jiang Wenhao nodded and looked at Xiao Hua. This Tao senior may have misunderstood. I have some dealings with Wu Qian from the government. However, because of family matters, it did not involve any personal relationship. Furthermore, the Seven Sons Temple in Shiluo Ridge is a property of the Taoist sect. As a Confucian cultivator, how could I go there? As for what Senior Xiao said about murdering old man Daoshan and occupying the property of Shiluo Ridge, that is even more false. My Jiang family is also a Confucian family and is famous in the Bronze Pillar country. How could I do such a thing? After saying that, Jiang Wenhao turned to Professor Dou and said, Dean, Senior Xiao may have been too angry. This student doesn't dare to blame this senior. As for what is right and wrong, I hope Dean can make the decision and clear my name. Where were you last night? Professor Dou asked directly. Jiang Wenhao was terrified and hurriedly bowed. I am in the wrong. Please punish me. Professor Dou's face turned cold and said in a low voice, If you have committed such a crime, how can I forgive you? Jiang Wenhao hurriedly smiled and said, Even if you give me 10 times the courage, I would not dare to do such a bad thing. Last night At this point, Jiang Wenhao clenched his teeth as if he was going to throw caution to the wind. He said in a low voice, Last night, after I added the finishing touch to the lotus lantern, I went to the Red Chamber with 3 to 5 friends. Red House. Professor Dou frowned and immediately understood. Although his face showed embarrassment, he was obviously relieved. He shouted, Tell me, who did you go with? Yes. Jiang Wenhao's face was flushed red as he said a few names. Following Jiang Wenhao's voice, a few young students also flew into the air from within the academy, their faces abnormally red with embarrassment. Professor Dou snorted and said, You all can leave. From today onwards, don't do your homework. Wait until this matter is over and I punish you. Yes. Jiang Wenhao and the others bowed and were about to leave. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at Jiang Wenhao's performance. Only now did he open his mouth and said, "Wait. Jiang Wenhao, let me ask you. Do you know Kong Li Feng, Quan Chong, Ji Miao, and Lu Wujie?" Jiang Wenhao, who was already about to leave, clearly trembled. But when he turned his head, his face was filled with surprise and bewilderment. He said to Xiao Hua, "Senior Xiao, this student naturally knows these 4 people. They're the martial masters that I temporarily hired a few days ago for the Jiang family's matter. Furthermore, last night, the student had terminated his employment with them. Oh, that's right. I also have the contract that was drawn up 2 months ago. If Senior does not believe me, I can let the dean take a look." Jiang Wenhao emphasized the words temporarily hired and terminated my employment very clearly. Then, he took out a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it to Professor Dou. Taking advantage of the time when Professor Dou opened the contract, Jiang Wenhao respectfully said to Xiao Hua, "Senior Xiao, Dao Shan's death and the tragedy at Seven Sons Monastery made me feel grief and indignation. However, even if the real culprits were Kong Li Feng, Quan Chong, Ji Miao, and Lu Wujie, it has nothing to do with me. Oh, let's take a step back. Even if I didn't coincidentally terminate my contract with these 4 martial masters yesterday, it is still their own actions and has nothing to do with me. If Senior wants to find someone, you should find them." Chapter 3342. Xiao Hua could not be bothered to talk to this beast in human face. He ignored Jiang Wenhao's humility and waited quietly for Dou Shanjun to finish reading the contract. As expected, Professor Dou waved the contract in his hand and said calmly, "Immortal Xiao, I have finished reading the contract and did not miss a single word. The 4 people that you mentioned have indeed terminated their employment with Jiang Wenhao. Just as Jiang Wenhao said, even if they killed the 21 people from the Seven Sons Temple, it had nothing to do with Jiang Wenhao. The most important thing is that Jiang Wenhao was not at the Seven Sons Temple last night, but at the Red Spectre House. If you do not believe me, I will send someone to call the manager of the Red Spectre House over and ask him to testify." "No need." Xiao Hua coldly glanced at the seemingly innocent Jiang Wenhao and pointed at the wishful staff in his hand. "Professor Dou, this Xiao will ask you one last time. Can you hand this guy over to this Xiao?" "Impossible." Dou Shanjun took a step forward and stood in front of Jiang Wenhao. He replied calmly, "Jiang Wenhao is a student of the Imperial Academy. I cannot hand him over to you just because of a false accusation. Now that Jiang Wenhao has proven his innocence, I naturally have the obligation to protect his safety." "Ha ha!" Xiao Hua laughed and pointed at the statue of the teacher in the distance. "Since you all want to protect him, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will bring the remains of Master Dao Shan and kill my way to the statue of the saint. I will ask him personally, how did he educate the students of the Imperial Academy, and how he will give me a satisfactory answer." Although Xiao Hua looked confident, he was a little worried. Since Dou Shanjun was a judge of the Imperial Academy, his strength was at least at the level of a scholar, which was equivalent to a level 3 or level 4 elemental energy. It was similar to the Taoist sect's advanced Aurus core stage or nascent soul stage. Now that Xiao Hua lacked methods, his overall strength was inferior to Dou Shanjun. Xiao Hua did not have the confidence to win against Professor Dou. At this moment, Professor Dou furrowed his brows and coldly said, "Xiao Hua, I respect you for daring to challenge the Imperial Academy over the death of an old man. However, this does not mean that the Imperial Academy can be bullied by anyone. The sequence of events has already been made clear. This matter has nothing to do with the Imperial Academy. If you continue to cause trouble like this, you're really doing it on purpose. I can't help but suspect your motives. Furthermore, I will not allow you to barge into the Imperial Academy again. It doesn't matter if you doubt me or not. This Zhao's motive is the same as the truth of this tragedy. There's only one reason. All the flowery words and all the excuses will not be able to cover up the truth." Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the Pegasus let out a long neigh. It spread its wings and followed Xiao Hua step by step towards the Imperial Academy. "How dare you!" Professor Dou let out a furious roar. Instantly, the noble spirit within a 3-meter radius around him exploded. Hundreds of hurricanes whizzed out in all directions like tiny pythons. Woo! Xiao Hua faced it directly. The fierce wind column was like the tail of a poisonous snake hitting his body. Xiao Hua did not even lift the wishful staff. He just walked forward lazily with his hands folded. The professor's probing method was really not enough for Xiao Hua. Dao Sec's methods are indeed impressive. Professor Dou's slender eyes became even more slender. He praised, raised his hand, and said loudly, "Students, previously, when Dao Sec's immortal friends came to barge into the Imperial Academy, before we figured out the reason, we could not act rashly. We could not bully them with numbers. Now, everything has come alight. Dao Sec's immortal friends still want to barge into the Imperial Academy. This is a provocation to the Imperial Academy, a provocation to the Confucian cultivators. Therefore, we must work together to resist the Dao Sec's invasion. Listen to my command, 100 Seed Book Array. Spread the name of the Imperial Academy and protect the legacy of the Confucian cultivators." Yes, after Professor Dou, the students who were lined up neatly in the Imperial Academy shouted in unison. Then, they waved their hands. Some of them held scrolls, some of them held ink brushes, and started to recite poems. In an instant, rays of green light flashed above their heads. First, they condensed into words. Then, they attracted each other and condensed into lines of poems. When there were more poems, they formed into articles. These articles hovered above the Imperial Academy. Along with the chanting of the students, not only did they make sonorous sounds, but they also absorbed a lot of noble spirit and caused the green light to shine. "Rise." After Professor Dou gave the order, he raised both of his hands and opened his 10 fingers slightly. A very strange force was produced from his hands, urging the noble spirit. It was as if the hand of a nascent soul was pinching toward Xiao Hua. How can such a weak force be a match for Xiao Hua? Although Xiao Hua was very puzzled by this strange force, since it was similar to the hand of a nascent soul, why would Xiao Hua be afraid? He sneered and still flew up. He waved the wishful staff in his hand and shattered the hand formed by the noble spirit. Professor Dou's face became serious again. His body flashed with a spiral vortex, and countless noble spirit rushed into his body. Then, layers of green brilliance were produced from the soles of his feet and rushed to the middle dantian in his chest. Poof! Professor Dou's face flashed with green light. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green gas from his mouth. A particle the size of a thumb rushed out. Wood essence gathering. Wood essence gathering. Although Xiao Hua didn't understand, the group of girls who worshipped Dou Shanjun were obviously very familiar with Professor Dou and had already shouted crazily. Wood essence gathering. Xiao Hua's eyes were bright, staring at the seed that seemed to be condensed from wood essence. He was very curious about what this wood essence gathering would do. Buzz! The dark green seed let out a rumbling sound. It was like a magic treasure, and countless noble qi in the surroundings rushed towards the seed. The more noble spirit there was, the brighter the seed became. Then, it unexpectedly grew in midair and turned into a sapling. In the blink of an eye, the sapling swelled again, and a python-like vine appeared in front of Xiao Hua. "Ha, so it's like this." Xiao Hua laughed and waved his hand almost without hesitation. More than 10 fire talismans rushed towards the sapling like moths to a flame. "Humph," Dou Shanjun sneered. Around the vine, a layer of strange isolation appeared in an instant, trying to block the fire talismans outside of the vine. "Explode," Xiao Hua laughed and activated the spell in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Several fire talismans turned into huge fireballs and shattered Professor Dou's defense in the blink of an eye. Professor Dou obviously didn't expect Xiao Hua's fire talismans to be so powerful. He was shocked and hurriedly urged the vine to move. It had to be said that Professor Dou was the dean of the Imperial Academy. His strength was obvious to all. Just as Xiao Hua's fire talismans broke through the defense, the vines that were previously as thick as an arm had turned into huge vines that were almost 10 feet long. They were like hundreds of violent horned dragons, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced toward Xiao Hua. One could imagine, in the eyes of the thousands of students and villagers, these hundreds of huge vines had completely covered the sky above the Imperial Academy. What an arrogant Abijna this was! And the target of these terrifying vines was the skinny little Taoist cultivator. Although this little cultivator's Taoist robe was already fluttering in the wind, although this little cultivator's hair was already blown up, he had the heavenly horse behind him and Dao Shan, who was staring at this world with his head drooping. This little cultivator had no other choice but to use the wishful rod to challenge this huge monster. Explode, explode, explode. Seeing the countless huge vines pressing down on him, Xiao Hua was not afraid. He chanted a few incantations, and the remaining fire talismans exploded around the huge vines. Boom, boom. Although the huge python was formed from a noble qi, it was still condensed from the wood qi. Under Xiao Hua's fire talismans, it was still blown up and even burned. Seeing this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be delighted. He understood that he no longer had any worries when facing Professor Do, who was a Confucian cultivator who used the wood qi. Any fire element spell could catch him off guard. Sure enough, Do Shanjun's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly opened his mouth and blew. A strong gust of wind rushed towards the burning areas. What was strange was that this gust of wind actually blew the fireballs out of the fire talismans until they were on the verge of collapse. Hee, you think I'm bragging? Xiao Hua sneered. Even if you can brag to the heavens, you still won't be able to stop this Xiao from smashing your so-called wood essence into the heavens today. Following Xiao Hua's mocking voice, hundreds of fire talismans appeared around the wooden vines out of thin air. With a rumbling sound, they exploded and ignited the entire wooden vines from head to toe. You. Professor Do was now in the same state as Professor Hu. He was trembling in anger because of Xiao Hua. He clearly felt that Xiao Hua's strength was not higher than his and was even much weaker. However, Xiao Hua's strength was extremely great and the wishful rod was strange. His methods were unable to restrain it. Now that he had taken out the wood qi, it was completely restrained by Xiao Hua's fire talismans. What was more special was that his wooden vines were about to be burned up, and the wooden vines had not even hit Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua did not even have the slightest bit of Xiao Hua's mana. What about me? I'm also very handsome, Xiao Hua said, and flew forward for a while. He was about to reach the gate of the Imperial Academy. Forget it, Professor Do sighed. He opened his mouth and a ray of light rushed into the fire. Then, as the light retracted, a seed the size of a thumb was swallowed into Professor Do's stomach. Following that, Professor Do hurriedly retreated into the sky above the Imperial Academy. Over there, thousands of students were reciting poems and books. They had already covered the entire Imperial Academy like layers of a green net. Fu Yun, Do Shanjun fell into the middle of the words and immediately started reciting. His recitation was very strange. At the beginning, it was only one voice. But in a moment, it seemed to have an accent. After a few breaths, the accent became even more serious. It was as if 100 mouths were reciting at the same time. Chapter 33:43. However, this was not the only strange thing. Do Shanjun's recitation was different from the other students' recitation. The essays did not fly out and merge with the other essays. Instead, they rushed to the top of Do Shanjun's head and gradually condensed. What kind of divine ability is this? Xiao Hua was somewhat astonished. This is the 100-seed chorus. Just when Xiao Hua did not know how to deal with it, a voice came from Xiao Hua's right hand. Fu Jiwen. Xiao Hua frowned and looked over. Sure enough, Fu Jiwen, who had just sent Xiao Jian and the others out of Copper Pillar State, was standing on a magic cloud and flying over. He shouted, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, This is the 100-seed chorus of my Confucian cultivator. It is very powerful. I'm afraid you are not his opponent. Let's see how I deal with it. AI, Xiao Hua sighed and smiled bitterly. Little friend Fu, since you left, why did you come back? Don't you feel that you are a burden? I appreciate fellow Taoist Zhao's good intentions. Fu Jiwen said while flying. I also know why you asked me to send the 3 Taoists out of the city. However, Fu Jiwen pointed at Dao Shan's remains and said heavily, Great Master Dao Shan did good for his entire life. Today, he actually ended up in such a miserable state. This is the injustice of heaven and earth, the tragedy of human relationships. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you are a disciple of the Tao sect. Naturally, you have to seek justice for your disciples. However, in this world, you're not the only one who has a heart that seeks justice. I came back today to tell you that other than you, there is also me, and even other Taoists who heard about this matter have the intention to seek justice for Great Master Dao Shan. However, their strength is shallow and they have the heart, but not the strength. Since I have some strength and admire Great Master Dao Shan, why can't I help fellow Taoists? Xiao Hua heard this and laughed unconsciously. He clapped his hands 3 times and said, My Tao is the Tao of heaven. My path is the path to heaven. From today onwards, my Tao is not alone. Unfortunately, Fu Jiwen did not understand the meaning of Xiao Hua's words. He only flew in front of Xiao Hua and looked at Doshan Jun with a serious expression. In the blink of an eye, Doshan Jun's chants formed into countless articles, and these articles actually condensed into a human figure above his head. However, this figure was extremely blurry and only had a silhouette. This is a child, Fu Jiwen said solemnly. You can control the noble spirit, and you can also control the words. In your hands, these words can kill people. As Fu Jiwen spoke, his body also flashed with clear light. Inscriptions gushed out from the surface of his body. First, they condensed in a simple armor on his body. Then, under Fu Jiwen's control, they turned into thousands of tadpoles that floated in the air nearby. This is a type of formation? Xiao Hua was a formation grandmaster. When he saw the inscriptions on the armor connecting with each other and absorbing the noble spirit, he immediately had a plan and thought in surprise. With my will, with the heart of a child, 100 articles, intimidate the evil. Professor Doe's 100 mouths suddenly sounded in unison. Sure enough, 100 articles flashed with green light and flew out from the mountain of literature, landing in front of the child. The blurry child opened its mouth and said, Suppress. Whoa, the 100 articles were like 100 large nets, dragging a myriad of noble qi as they fell towards Fu Jiwen and Xiao Hua. Each article had several hundred sentences, and each sentence had a dozen words. The 100 articles had several tens of thousands of words, and all of them emitted a kind of unparalleled suppressive force. It was even more majestic than a mountain as it rushed down, as if it wanted to crush Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen into meat paste. 36 heavenly dipper words, soul formation. Break for me. Fu Jiwen saw such a big formation, and his expression changed slightly. However, his eyes were filled with determination. He shouted and raised his hands. The floating inscriptions on the armor immediately flashed and turned into 36 huge inscriptions that Xiao Hua had never seen before, rushing towards the child. It's a bit strange. Xiao Hua was originally observing the flaws of the 100 articles, but when he suddenly saw Fu Jiwen turn the 36 heavenly dipper words, soul formation, into 36 inscriptions that he had never seen before, he couldn't help but be shocked. However, the 36 heavenly dipper words that attracted his attention actually gave birth to a fierce intent. They were even sharper than the simple inscriptions from before. Boom! A series of explosions sounded like firecrackers. When the 36 heavenly dipper words collided with the 100 articles of the child, the articles were smashed into pieces. Many of the articles were rearranged and turned into words, and these words were absorbed by the heavenly dipper words. Damn it, I underestimated this Fu Jiwen. Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. This guy really has some skill. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could be happy for a moment, the child above Do Jun's head said again, "Suppress." Following these two words, another 100 articles fell. Student surnamed Fu. Do Jun's voice sounded. This one understands your intentions, but you should know that you're only a single person. How many articles can you read in your lifetime? As for my child, they are all excellent articles at your fingertips. Every article will consume a lot of your energy. The child's articles are endless, but will your energy be exhausted? My life has a limit, but my learning is endless. I don't want to read all the books in the world. I only want to memorize the Song of Righteousness. Fu Jiwen was not afraid in the slightest. If I don't read the Song of Righteousness, even if my life is endless, even if I read all the books in the world, what can I do? Rumble. As he spoke, the 100 articles fell again, but this time, Fu Jiwen's heavenly dipper words, soul formation fruit, couldn't withstand it, and the words fell apart. However, Fu Jiwen clenched his teeth and raised his hands. Once again, 36 inscriptions appeared. However, these inscriptions were different from the ones before. Seeing Fu Jiwen's deathly pale face, Xiaohua's gaze swept over the newly formed inscriptions. As if he was suddenly enlightened, he said, "Damn it, this old man understands. Isn't this the green seal script of soul cultivators? Isn't this method of Confucian cultivators just some bullshit word shaking the universe? This is copying other soul cultivators' methods." Xiaohua had just woken up when the 36 inscriptions controlled by Fu Jiwen were immediately smashed to pieces by Professor Du's harmonious cry of the 100 children. This was even more thorough than before. Those inscriptions didn't even have time to flicker with splendor before they were smashed into righteous qi. PFFF. Fu Jiwen spat out a mouthful of blood essence from his mouth. His figure swayed slightly, and he became dispirited in midair. Seeing this, Xiaohua said in a clear voice, "Little friend Fu, you should step back first. Sit on the Pegasus and rest. Just look at this Xiao." "Sorry." Hearing Xiaohua's call, Fu Jiwen turned his head. His face was pale gold, and he said with a wry smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao should look for an opportunity to escape. You and I'm afraid we aren't their match." However, before Fu Jiwen could finish his words, Xiaohua suddenly felt that between heaven and earth there was a sudden deathly silence, and then endless sounds of reading could be heard. The sound of reading was originally loud and clear, but in just a moment it turned into a clamor. Moreover, this clamor became louder and louder, covering all the sounds in the world. Even if Xiaohua saw Fu Jiwen opening his mouth to say something, he couldn't hear a single word clearly. "Sound attack?" Xiaohua smiled faintly and used his finger to point at the Pegasus, indicating for Fu Jiwen to come forward. Just as Fu Jiwen flew towards the Pegasus, thousands of sounds filled Xiaohua's ears like buzzing flies, and even rushed into Xiaohua's heart through his ears. What was special was that a kind of soaring, heroic spirit was born from his heart, and a feeling of blood gushing out from his blood vessels at the same time. "Umph. Do you have any other methods?" Xiaohua sneered. If it was in the past, he might have been worried about this kind of sound attack, but at this moment, he had already cultivated the Devil Realm's cultivation method, and had already begun to refine his devil blood. How could the control of his blood vessels be compared to that of a Confucian cultivator? There is no need for Xiaohua to take the initiative to defend himself. The feeling of blood gushing out had only just appeared, and with a little circulation of his devil technique, it immediately disappeared. Although Fu Jiwen was very helpless in his heart, he was now seriously injured. Not to mention that the inscriptions on the outside of his body had already dimmed and could only protect a limited area. Even the inside of his middle dantian was a mess. Fu Jiwen's middle dantian was different from that of an ordinary Confucian cultivator. Although it was also refined with noble qi, it was not pure, true qi, but a vague thing like a book page. This book page seemed to be a seed, and also seemed to be a golden core, and even like a turtle shell. However, although there were some simple inscriptions on the book page, the outline of the book page had already been destroyed, like a mulberry leaf that had been swallowed by a silkworm, very damaged. Fu Jiwen slightly sensed it and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This book page was his biggest secret, and no one had ever revealed it. Although he still didn't know what this book page in his middle dantian was, he did know that it was extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Fu Jiwen urged his Confucian cultivation method, opened his mouth, and the abundant, noble qi rushed into his body. It didn't need to pass through any meridians and directly penetrated into the book page in his middle dantian. The book page flashed with a faint white light, and the white brilliance was like strands of silk, slowly winding around and repairing it. Just as Fu Jiwen took his first breath, a scene that he would never forget stunned him. He was so shocked that he even forgot to repair the book page in his body. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was standing in front of him, with an inconceivable gaze. The current Xiao Hua was so shocking that he could shock the world. A faint green brilliance was leisurely emerging from between his eyebrows like a layer of faint fog. Along with this green light, a loud sound like a big yellow bell came out of his mouth. Once this sound came out, not to mention the hundreds of children, even the recitation of the thousands of students in the academy was immediately suppressed. Chapter 3344. Not only that, a green dot of light the size of a soybean appeared along with the thunderous roar. The moment this dot of light appeared, it immediately caused a phenomenon in the sky. The sky above the Imperial Academy was filled with raging winds and dark clouds. Waves of dull thunder rumbled along with the dark clouds. Before Fu Jiwen could see it clearly, another strange sound came from Xiao Hua's mouth, and in an instant, another green dot of light flew out. Boom, boom, boom. This light spot had an even more drastic change. Hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts as thick as a thumb flashed and surged towards the Imperial Academy. The lightning bolts landed on the Z on top of the professor's head, and the green word net formed by thousands of students reciting poems. What frightened Fu Jiwen even more was that the seemingly indestructible green word net, the words that easily shattered his 36 heavenly dipper soul formation, and the hundreds of poems that even Taoist techniques found difficult to shatter, were actually melting faster than snow in the face of boiling water. Even the Z that the professor was so proud of, the Z that was formed by words and the noble spirit, collapsed under the lightning bolts. Not only did it turn into dull and lifeless words, it also turned into the purest, noble spirit under the green lightning bolts. Lightning attracting technique. Fu Jiwen suddenly realized and thought of a Taoist abhijna from long ago. He was astonished. In fact, not only was Fu Jiwen stunned, even Xiao Hua himself did not expect this lightning and thunder technique to have such a miraculous effect on the Confucian cultivator's 100 scholars chant. Xiao Hua was first shocked for a moment. Then he immediately roared into the sky. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed in his heart and thought to himself, this is really a fake meeting the real thing. Just now he looked unusually ferocious, but now he is so weak. So he is just a good-looking but useless piece of trash. Xiao Hua's roar did not stop. Following his roar, the word lightning flashed continuously. The lightning bolts in the sky fell like raindrops, smashing onto the heads of the students of the Imperial Academy. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the streaks of green lightning, striking Do Shan Jun's head and around. He shouted fiercely, "Damn it! Even if I don't kill you, I will destroy your pretty face." Of course, this was only Xiao Hua's idea. He activated the art of lightning and thunder to trap Elder Yuan students and Professor Dushan Jundu. Following which, he rode his heavenly horse and galloped across the sky, charging towards the Imperial Academy. Still want to leave? Jiang Wenhao, hand over your life. Jiang Wenhao was indeed smart. Seeing that Do Shan Jun's chorus of the 100 seedlings was defeated by Xiao Hua, he had already fled and rushed towards the depths of the Imperial Academy on his flying sword. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's soul consciousness had already locked onto him. The heavenly horse crossed the red wall of the Imperial Academy. Xiao Hua roared, and a few more streaks of lightning fell from the sky, blocking Jiang Wenhao's path. Senior Xiao. Jiang Wenhao turned pale with fright and said with an apologetic smile, "This is all a misunderstanding. This junior has already explained everything clearly. If you don't believe me, this junior won't leave and will accompany senior." Oh? Xiao Hua's gaze was like lightning. He looked straight at Jiang Wenhao and laughed coldly. "Jiang Wenhao, what's the use of saying so much now? No matter what happens today, no matter who comes, no matter if you're innocent or not, I will definitely take your head." "Say, senior." Seeing the lightning bolts falling, Jiang Wenhao wanted to spit out his flying sword to resist, but he did not dare to do so. However, he was also unwilling to surrender. Unknowingly, he felt a little despondent. He did not know if he was feeling regret or something else. Just as Jiang Wenhao was worrying about his gains and losses, suddenly all the earth-shattering noises disappeared. It was as if all the lightning in the sky was just a golden millet. What's going on?" Jiang Wenhao stared blankly. Just as he was about to look around, Xiao Hua's shocked and angry voice exploded in his ears like a clap of thunder. "Evil creature, you still say you didn't do any evil? Look at what's in your arms." "What?" Jiang Wenhao was originally a little dazed. Xiao Hua's angry roar was deliberate and directly shocked him into a daze. Jiang Wenhao could not help but lower his head to look. Indeed, a corner of a jade tablet was revealed in his arms. Jiang Wenhao pulled the jade tablet out and threw it out as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted, "No, you are framing me. I have already thrown this jade tablet to—" At this point, Jiang Wenhao seemed to have realized something. His face was as white as paper, and he stood in mid-air in a daze. It seems like I'm framing you." Xiao Hua, who had just retracted his lightning and thunder technique, said plainly, "So you have already thrown this jade tablet away. I wonder, where did you throw it to?" "Of course, it doesn't matter where you threw it to. The important thing is this jade tablet belongs to the Seven Suns Temple. How did it end up in your hands? Why did you throw it away with a guilty conscience?" Xiao Hua's face was filled with a cold smile. He waved his hand, and the jade tablet slowly landed in his hand. To be honest, he did not care about this jade tablet. It was only when Jiang Wenhao escaped from the Imperial Academy and hid this item in a tree hole that he remembered that he did not obtain any information about this jade tablet from Wu Qian's memories. It was probably Jiang Wenhao who saw this jade tablet on the spur of the moment. It was also because of this spur of the moment that he exposed himself and finally admitted that he was in charge of the Seven Suns Temple tragedy in front of the Imperial Academy students. Jiang Wenhao. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to say anything, Professor Dou's face was already paler than a sheet of paper. It was a pity that there were no scars on his face. Professor Dou lamented, "How could you be so heartless? I have misjudged you." Jiang Wenhao was only momentarily absent-minded. Now that he had regained his composure, he no longer cared about his reputation. The sword radiance beneath his feet was activated, and he charged into the Imperial Academy. Trying to escape? Xiao Hua laughed coldly. "If I don't kill you today, I'm not worthy of being a Taoist disciple." As he spoke, he leaped onto the Pegasus. The Pegasus did not wait for Xiao Hua's orders, and it chased after Jiang Wenhao like a ray of light. "Xiao Hua." Professor Dou looked dispirited, but he still stepped on the cloud and shouted, "Even if Jiang Wenhao did evil, that is the Imperial Academy's problem. We have the right to punish our own disciples. You are a Taoist disciple. You have no right." That's right. Jiang Wenhao had exposed himself, and the Imperial Academy's reputation had been tarnished. If the Imperial Academy wanted to regain their reputation, the only way was to punish Jiang Wenhao personally, or even kill him. However, if Xiao Hua were to kill Jiang Wenhao now, not only would the Imperial Academy lose their chance to regain their reputation, Xiao Hua would also make things worse for the Imperial Academy. There was no way they could regain their reputation no matter what. Therefore, Doshan hurriedly chased after Xiaohua, even though he knew that he was no match for Xiaohua. Ha ha! Dream on! Xiaohua laughed arrogantly. I will take Jiang Wenhao's life today. As he spoke, Xiaohua glanced at the group of students who were chasing after him. The lightning flashes and thunder rolls technique was unleashed again. Lightning of various colors appeared out of thin air. Humph! Rascal! Suddenly, a disdainful snort could be heard in the air above the Imperial Academy. Once these three words appeared, the noble spirit around the Imperial Academy immediately surged, as though there was a change in the weather. Immediately after, 100 pure white light pillars suddenly emerged from the righteous Qi. The light pillars were even sharper than a huge sword and even faster than lightning as they pierced into Xiaohua's lightning. The lightning flashes and thunder rolls that were previously invincible were instantly pierced full of holes by the light pillars. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. Before he could summon the lightning flashes and thunder rolls technique again, an incomparably righteous noble spirit rushed out from somewhere in the Imperial Academy, like a giant hammer striking towards him. Before the noble spirit even reached him, a feeling of indescribable pain emerged from the bottom of his heart. Let's go quickly. This is a great scholar who can refine his energy. Fu Jiwen's reaction was faster than Xiaohua's as he hurriedly urged. It's just refine his energy and refine his energy. Xiaohua cursed in his heart, but he did not dare to be negligent. He patted the Pegasus beneath him, and the Pegasus fluttered its feathers as it soared into the sky. Before the noble spirit could reach him, he had already escaped far away. Dean Doshan Jun stopped in midair and bowed respectfully. I am not talented enough to disturb your cultivation. The dean's voice could be heard. The matter at the Seven Suns Temple is no small matter. You must... Before the dean could finish his sentence, Xiaohua's cold voice could be heard from the sky. There is noble spirit in the world. This noble spirit is the principle, which is the principle. The principle is like a sword that hangs above one's head. Regardless of whether he is a great scholar or a student, as long as he touches this sword, he will definitely die. I am not talented enough, but since I want to take Jiang Wenhao's life, then I must do it. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Professor Dou's face revealed a puzzled expression. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Wenhao, whose face was as pale as death. At this moment, two small heads popped out from Jiang Wenhao's bosom. These two things were like black lightning and yellow wind as they flew out from Jiang Wenhao's bosom and disappeared in midair in an instant. Professor Dou did not even understand how the two little things flew away. Looking at Jiang Wenhao again, there was a shallow crack on his neck. Gradually, pitch-black blood flowed out, and countless black threads around the crack instantly spread to Jiang Wenhao's entire body. Rumble! Countless pillars of noble spirit condensed into noble spirit, majestically attacking the fleeing Xiaohua. However, just as these pillars of noble spirit were formed, Xiaohua's divine sense, which was comparable to a middle nascent soul stage, rushed over like a tidal wave. Bang! 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 There was a burst of chaotic sounds like concentrated firecrackers. Soon after, the noble spirit slowly dispersed. This was the dean's last bit of sound, and then there was no sound. Professor Dou looked at Jiang Wenhao's corpse falling from midair. Before it even landed on the ground, it had already turned into ink-dripping fragments. He could not help but feel a trace of coldness in his heart. Xiaohua's methods were indeed strange, but they were also flawless, making him feel powerless as if he was not an enemy. Chapter 33:45. Dean, Professor Hu flew over quietly and said softly, Xiaohua of this sect is really powerful. It turned out that he had already buried a demon pet in Jiang Wenhao's body before seeing him. He could kill Jiang Wenhao with just a thought, and that aura was so terrifying that even the dean did not dare to kill him. It is not only because our academy is in the wrong. Yes. Professor Dou suddenly felt depressed. He defended Jiang Wenhao, for half a day, but he did not expect Jiang Wenhao to be the real culprit. And Xiao Hua was just watching a show. Everything that happened before was just a monkey trick. Xiao Hua did not kill Jiang Wenhao because he wanted to find a moment of absent-mindedness and let him tell the truth. After pondering for a while, Professor Dou said, "To be honest, this method is more reasonable than the so-called laws of the government. I really can't have the heart to kill Xiao Hua." "You're right, Minister." Professor Hu nodded. "This is also because our Imperial Academy is powerful. With the Dean and Dean in charge, the Taoist sect did not dare to do anything. They only dare to kill when they have real evidence." Professor Dou smiled bitterly. He looked at the gradually restored order under his feet and said, "With this evidence, not only will the Imperial Academy's gate be destroyed for nothing, even if the Imperial Academy wants to find trouble with him, we will not be able to." "Not only that," Professor Hu said again, "I still have to think of how to explain to the Jiang family." "Jiang family?" Professor Dou's slender eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. "I have long heard that the Jiang family coveted Xichao Ridge. I'm afraid this is the Jiang family's instigator. What do we have to explain to the Jiang family? Just let them do as they please. There is the blood monument of Xiao Hua in the Seven Suns Temple. If the Jiang family has the guts, they can take over Xichao Ridge." After he finished speaking, Professor Dou flicked his sleeves, and a ball of auspicious clouds appeared beneath his feet, carrying him out of the Imperial Academy. As for where he went, no one knew. However, the direction he went was completely different from the direction Xiao Hua escaped to. 100 li away from the Copper Pillar State, Xiao Hua was sitting on a Pegasus amidst the astral winds. The scattered light from the Pegasus not only covered Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen, but also covered Dao Shan's remains on the carriage. Although the wind was howling, Xiao Hua and the other's hair in Taoist robes did not move at all. "Haha, awesome, awesome." Looking at the clear and cloudless sky, then looking at the blazing sun behind him, Xiao Hua let out a long howl and said loudly, "Senior's godly skill is truly admirable." At this point, how could Fu Jiwen still dare to call Xiao Hua fellow Taoist? He spoke very respectfully. It's nothing." Xiao Hua waved his hand indifferently. "There are some restrictions on this old man's body that are only 40% effective. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to run away in fear when I saw the old ghost." Fu Jiwen also didn't know whether Xiao Hua was telling the truth or not. He faintly smiled, lowered his head to look at the ground that was already extremely small, and suddenly cried out, "Io, Senior, did you go the wrong way?" Xiao Jian and the rest did not go this way. Xiao Hua did not think much of it. It would be weird if he did not get lost. However, he did not point it out. He looked at the carriage behind him and said, "I know the direction is wrong. However, I'm not chasing after the three of them. I'm going to bury Master Dao Shan's remains." Previously, in order to let Master Dao Shan rest in peace, I exposed his remains in front of everyone. Now that I have avenged him, I have to find a good place to bury him. Senior. Fu Jiwen naturally looked at Dao Shan as well. However, he suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Master Dao Shan's eyes are closed." "Oh, really?" Xiao Hua hurriedly looked again. Sure enough, Dao Shan's eyes, which he had dyed with remaining grievances, were now closed. The horrifying expression on his face had been replaced with a serene expression. Ba! Xiao Hua could not help but shout. There is kindness in the human world. Master Dao Shan can finally rest in peace. Ba! Fu Jiwen looked at Xiao Hua and could not help but curse. Senior Xiao killed people without blinking. You actually dare to chant the name of Buddha? All right, little friend Fu. Xiao Hua thought of something and said, "Do you know if there's a place with beautiful scenery?" "Oh, or is it the place with good feng shui that you mentioned?" Fu Jiwen shook his head and said embarrassedly, "Junior only heard about it. I'm not proficient in it. I'm not even as good as Xiao Jian. If Senior wants to find a place with excellent feng shui, why don't you ask Xiao Jian?" "Xiao Jian? That guy knows about feng shui?" Xiao Hua was surprised. He suddenly remembered the scene of Xiao Jian selling fortune-telling on the streets of Longevity Town. Don't be fooled by him. Fu Jiwen smiled and said, Senior, don't belittle Daoist Xiao. He has some real skills in him. If he doesn't know anything, how can he fool others? That's true. Xiao Huan nodded and looked around. He looked at the north, south, east, and west, then asked, where did they go? After Fu Jiwen pointed in the direction, Xiao Hua urged the Pegasus to carry Dao Shan's corpse and chase after them. That Senior, seeing that the Pegasus had attracted the attention of many passers-by and many elderly, women and children bowed down in fear, Fu Jiwen could not help but remind Xiao Hua softly, we just offended the Imperial Academy in the Bronze Pillar Country. This should be within the borders of the Bronze Pillar Country. Senior, can you keep the Pegasus? Moreover, Master Dao Shan's corpse is not suitable for others to see. If it is not convenient for Senior, how about I keep it in my small Chinquan bag? No need. I will do it myself. Xiao Hua used his spiritual will to scan the area. As he answered, he rode the Pegasus to a place where there was no one and kept Dao Shan's corpse. He casually threw the old carriage on the ground and kept the Pegasus as well. Fu Jiwen saw how casual Xiao Hua was and could not help but show admiration in his eyes. He could not help but say, Senior's demonic pet is really powerful. Its flying speed is even faster than the Pegasus. Today, if not for a Senior releasing these two demon pets first and leaving them by Jiang Wenhao's side in advance, I'm afraid that going to find Jiang Wenhao again would be even more difficult. Not necessarily. Xiao Hua laughed coldly. Even without the help of these two little things, I will kill my way into the Bronze Pillar Country in 10 days. If the Imperial Academy protects Jiang Wenhao, I will destroy the Imperial Academy. If the Jiang family protects Jiang Wenhao, I will uproot the Jiang family. Since the day I set up the Blood Monument, my Taoist disciples will not be bullied, especially Master Dao Shan. He is a true Taoist master that I respect. 10 days? Fu Jiwen was slightly puzzled, but he suddenly realized, Senior, you mean you will break into the Jiang family of the Bronze Pillar Country in 10 days and kill the rest of them one by one? That's right. I have the same intention. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a cold light. Blood grudges must be repaid with blood. I want to let the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent know not to provoke me. If they provoke me, I will definitely make them suffer. Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly. The current Xiao Hua was obviously different from the Xiao Hua he saw last night at Jiaxing Lu. He was less amiable and more murderous. Fu Jiwen thought for a while and suggested, if Senior feels that you can challenge the entire Jiang family of Confucian cultivators, then Junior will not dare stop you. But if Senior has not reached the divine transformation stage of Taoist, Junior feels that Senior should wait for a few more days. After all, Senior killed Jiang Wenhao and alarmed the Jiang family. You have also offended the Imperial Academy, and the Bronze Pillar Country, especially the other martial masters who committed the crime. I am afraid that news of them has already spread. It will be difficult for you to find them alone. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed and looked at the barren land in front of him. However, there were still some crops desperately trying to grow. He said, I know that Jiang Wenhao will definitely not do it himself. I also want to kill those accomplices first. But there are always a few ways to deal with things. Each method has its advantages and disadvantages. I am afraid that I have chosen the most difficult method, which is also the most disadvantageous. However, I do not regret it. For Master Dao Shan, an old man who has been silently contributing to Taoist sects, I am willing to overturn the entire Bronze Pillar Country. Senior, please follow Xiao Jian to another place first. First, you should finish your own matters. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, when Junior returns, I will secretly look for these people. When Junior has news, how about it? That is the only way. Xiao Hua was helpless. He was now alone. If he were to look for these people by himself, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, Xiao Hua was not good at looking for people. However, Xiao Hua immediately felt a little embarrassed. His heart was moved, and he said with a smile, "Little friend Fu, you and I have never met before. It is just that we have hit it off at first sight. Last night, and even today, you have helped this old man too much. This old man does not know how to thank you." Looking at Xiao Hua's smiling appearance, Fu Jiwen was also enlightened. The words that Xiao Hua had said when he killed Jiang Wenhao suddenly appeared in his mind. My Tao is the Tao of heaven. My path is the path to the heavens. From now on, my Tao is not alone. How heroic was this? What kind of spirit was this to trample the heavens and earth under one's feet? The meaning of Xiao Hua's words was clear. Fu Jiwen could not help but be moved at this moment. It was a pity that if such heroic words were said by the Imperial Academy, Fu Jiwen would probably kneel down and acknowledge him as his master. However, since it was said by Xiao Hua, Fu Jiwen could not help but reconsider. Fu Jiwen saw Xiao Hua's courage to barge into the Imperial Academy. Fu Jiwen also saw Xiao Hua's loyalty in killing Jiang Wenhao. Fu Jiwen also saw the righteousness that Xiao Hua gave him with the thunder amplifying wood. However, if Fu Jiwen wanted to abandon everything and acknowledge Xiao Hua as his master and completely walk on the narrow path of Taoist sects, Fu Jiwen could not help but hesitate. Chapter 3346. Seeing the hesitation on Fu Jiwen's face, Xiao Hua immediately took out a jade bottle and handed it to Fu Jiwen with a smile. Little friend Fu, this is a rejuvenation pill. It's my Tao Sex spirit pill. Take it and give it to your wife. It will have a miraculous effect. Looking at the jade bottle, Fu Jiwen's mouth was a bit dry. He didn't know whether to take it or not. He smiled bitterly and said, Senior Xiao, Junior has some difficulties. Although my Fu family is a family of Confucian cultivators, because Junior practices Tao, sex magic arts, and because of my wife, I've already moved out of the family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have less than 50 high-grade primordial stones. Little friend Fu, no need to say more. Xiao Hua stuffed the jade bottle into Fu Jiwen's hand and waved his hand. Last night at the auction, this old man already said that you and I met by fate. Today, you stepped forward bravely again. This old man feels even more congenial. This rejuvenation pill is a little bit of this old man's appreciation. Take it. In addition, if you need any pills or spirit herbs for Tao Sex magic arts, you can tell me. You can also be considered half a Tao Sex disciple. If this old man doesn't help you, who should I help? Fu Jiwen's face relaxed a bit and said with a smile, Junior's magic arts are not completely pure Tao Sex magic arts. For the time being, I don't need any pills or spirit herbs. If Junior needs them in the future, I can ask Senior. Senior is my Tao Sex disciple. If Junior doesn't ask Senior, who else can I ask? That's right. Xiao Hua laughed. When Fu Jiwen saw that Xiao Hua didn't blame him and didn't turn hostile, his heart calmed down. Looking at Xiao Hua flying in front of him, he thought for a moment and took out a jade eye from his bosom. He carefully said, Senior Xiao, you have been using the Tao Sex flying technique all this time, right? Although the flying technique of Taoism is fast, it looks very strange. It's like an ordinary person walking barefoot without shoes. I have a Confucian cultivation technique that allows you to ride the clouds. I don't know if you can use it. Take it as a gift from me to you. Xiao Hua looked at Fu Jiwen with interest. He understood that in Fu Jiwen's heart, it wasn't that he didn't want to acknowledge him as his master. He was afraid that Fu Jiwen really had some difficulties that he had told him. These jade eyes were a buffer that Fu Jiwen had left for him. If it was someone else, Xiao Hua might not have accepted him. After all, he had already made his intentions clear, and he almost wanted Fu Jiwen to be his disciple. However, Xiao Hua really valued Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen was able to stand up against the cultivators of the Imperial Academy with that strange runic word formation. This was definitely not something an ordinary Confucian scholar could do. Therefore, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, took the jade eyes, and threw it to the green-robed Xiao Hua in the space. He smiled and said, Stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. Then this old man will take a look at the wonders of the Confucian cultivator's cloud writing technique. When Fu Jiwen saw Xiao Hua retracting his jade eyes, he was very happy in his heart. He smiled and said, "There might not be any marvelous places, but the divine arts of Confucian cultivators have always been particular about appearances." Senior used the cloud writing technique to show the appearance of an otherworldly expert. As for the wonders, I feel that many of the spells of Taoism are the truly marvelous ones. At this point, Fu Jiwen hesitated slightly and probed. Furthermore, I feel that many of the techniques and spells of Taoism and Confucian cultivators are similar. Perhaps we can learn from each other. Oh, is that so? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked at Fu Jiwen even more seriously. Xiao Hua looked at Fu Jiwen, and he felt a little guilty. Fu Jiwen hurriedly smiled and said, "This is just my feeling. After all, I have not seen many Taoism spells, and my cultivation level is not as high as Senior's." "Senior, please don't laugh at me." "Laugh at you? Why should I laugh at you?" Xiao Hua said with deep meaning. "When your cultivation level is high, you'll naturally understand. All arts return to the origin. This is exactly how it is. Yes, I will remember Senior's teachings." Fu Jiwen replied respectfully. Then he carefully asked Xiao Hua some difficult questions about cultivation. Xiao Hua was not stingy. Not only did he answer them one by one, he even told him the reasons for these difficult questions and what might happen in the future. These words made Fu Jiwen scratch his ears and cheeks. He just wanted to immediately go into seclusion and cultivate. As the two talked, they flew for a long time. Xiao Hua even released his divine sense, but he still could not find any trace of Xiao Jian and the others. Xiao Hua was puzzled and bewildered. He glanced at Fu Jiwen, who was beaming with joy, and reminded him, "Little friend Fu, are you sure the direction is correct? Why haven't we seen Xiao Jian and the others for so long?" Fu Jiwen was suddenly shocked. He broke away from his comprehension and looked left and right. Then he used his divine sense to check. He said in a panic, "Senior, the direction is correct. I led them to the Great Tao and pointed out the direction before returning to the Bronze Pillar state. Taoist Xiao and the others should be coming from the front. Unless Taoist Xiao and the others returned to the Bronze Pillar state like Senior. If it's the abyss, then it's possible," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Xiao Jian and Lu Yi definitely won't." "Why?" Fu Jiwen seemed to know that Xiao Hua's sense of direction was not strong. He led the way and casually asked, "Xiao Jian has now obtained the heavenly pill and is wholeheartedly focused on recovering his lost cultivation. He definitely won't look for this old man." Xiao Hua explained, "Moreover, this old man has no special relationship with him. If he didn't have a favor to ask of this old man, I'm afraid he would have already run away. As for Lu Yi, he definitely won't run away. He's even worried about how to find this old man. However, if he didn't have full confidence, he definitely wouldn't have returned to the Bronze Pillar state. He also wouldn't have revealed that he knew this old man." Taoist Xiao. Fu Jiwen was astonished. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Not every Tao disciple is a Tao Shan master, Xiao Hua said indifferently. However, because Xiao Jian is a Tao disciple, this old man will help him. Yes, this junior understands. Fu Jiwen might not be as intelligent as Lu Yi, but he was definitely not a fool. He immediately understood. But since he already understood Xiao Jian's character, Fu Jiwen suddenly stopped in midair and laughed bitterly. If it's as Senior says, then Junior knows where Taoist Xiao went. Where? Xiao Hua was curious. There are still a few paths from the Bronze Pillar state to the Jiang country. Fu Jiwen explained the path that Junior pointed out to Taoist Xiao was the safest one. But after walking for a few miles, there were a few forks in the road. Although the other forks in the road were not very safe, there were few pedestrians and the journey was short. If Taoist Xiao was afraid that others would catch up, or if he wanted to concentrate on cultivating, he might choose these forks. Although Fu Jiwen said, maybe, his tone was already certain. Xiao Hua laughed bitterly and waved his hand. I'll have to trouble you again this time. This old man originally thought that once I found Xiao Jian and the others, I would quickly let you return, but now it seems that you will have to stay here for a while. Senior's words are too serious. Fu Jiwen laughed. My wife's matter was not settled in a day or two. Since the old housekeeper has already returned, it doesn't matter if Junior is late for a month. After saying that, Fu Jiwen led the way in another direction. Seeing Fu Jiwen's understanding of the situation and his control of the direction, Xiaohua felt a little envious from the bottom of his heart. In his eyes, the crisscrossing paths under his feet, the crisscrossing forest, and even the sun and moon in the sky were the reasons why he was lost. However, the development of the situation was out of Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen's expectations. The two of them searched for half a day and almost all the forks in the road, but they still could not find any trace of the three of them. Not only was Xiaohua confused, Fu Jiwen, who was originally full of confidence, also had an awkward expression on his face. Forget it, when Fu Jiwen was about to bring Xiaohua in another direction, Xiaohua looked at the setting sun and said, "Little friend Fu, we don't have to search anymore. You can send Xiao Jian and the others out of the Bronze Pillar State and return to the Imperial Academy. It won't take too much time." Even though we flew out of the Bronze Pillar State for a while, this period of time was not enough for Xiao Jian and the others to fly out of the Bronze Pillar State. After searching for so long, we still can't find them. It's probably because Xiao Jian and the others are hiding somewhere. You should go back first. I also have some matters to attend to. In the future, if fate allows, we will naturally meet again. When Fu Jiwen heard this, he stopped, bit his lips, and nodded. Perhaps there is such a possibility. Otherwise, with their cultivation level, it should be impossible for them to escape from Senior's spiritual will. Since this is the case, Junior will take his leave. After Junior returns, I will think of a way to find the culprits who killed Master Daoshan. Once Senior is done with your matters, you can come and find Junior. And then you can go first. Xiaohua nodded. Even though there was still some time before the agreed time between him and the Light Beast, he did not want to miss this rare opportunity to recover his cultivation level. It was better for him to rush there as soon as possible. Junior will take his leave. Fu Jiwen bowed slightly and actually said Junior. He slowly flew backwards for a distance before turning around and riding on a cloud. He waved his hand at Xiaohua and flew away. Ha! Xiaohua laughed and similarly waved his hand. Then he placed his hands behind his back and smiled as he watched Fu Jiwen leave. Xiaohua knew that Fu Jiwen had always been thinking about his wife. Accompanying him through life and death, Fu Jiwen could not wait to bury Master Daoshan. Wasn't such a sentimental cultivator exactly what Xiaohua thought highly of? The people of the hidden immortal continent are really interesting. Xiaohua shifted his gaze away from Fu Jiwen's back and smiled as he muttered to himself. No matter if it is Fu Jiwen, Yu Zhongquan, Yuanya, Lu Yi, or even Xiao Jian, they all have their own characteristics and personalities. Senior. Before Xiaohua could activate his flying talisman, Fu Jiwen's voice came from behind him. Xiaohua was very surprised. He turned around and asked, "Little friend Fu, is there anything else?" Fu Jiwen flew closer. He was actually out of breath like an ordinary person running. Clearly, he was in a hurry and was afraid that Xiaohua would leave. After resting for a moment, he hurriedly said, "My apologies, Senior. Junior has just forgotten a place. If Senior feels that it is necessary, you should hurry there. Otherwise, if you are late, the lives of Daoist Xiao and the others will be in danger." Chapter 33-47. Where? Xiaohua panicked. He might not care too much about Xiao Jian's life, but he did care about Lu Yi and Yuanya's lives. Black Cloud Ridge. Fu Jiwen laughed bitterly. Black Cloud Ridge? How is that possible? Xiaohua frowned. Isn't Black Cloud Ridge located at the border of Bronze Pillar Country, Jiang Country, and Jiasa Country? It's still very far from the capital of Bronze Pillar Country. How did they reach Black Cloud Ridge? Fu Jiwen shook his head. Black Cloud Ridge is very far from the capital of Bronze Pillar Country. Even the shortest route is far from the border of Black Cloud Ridge. However, this shortest route is desolate and uninhabited. If Daoist Xiao and the rest really took this route and met the demons of Black Cloud Ridge, I'm afraid it's really possible. Of course, this is just something that I suddenly thought of. Logically, they shouldn't have entered Black Cloud Ridge. Where is Black Cloud Ridge? How far is it from here? Fu Jiwen pointed in the direction and said, "It should be more than 1,000 miles. Sai, it's just 1,000 miles. Xiao Hua sighed, "It's really possible. Senior, if you go, you must be careful." Fu Jiwen reminded, "They are not as reasonable as the scholars of the Imperial Academy." "Ha! Who would be afraid of them? Don't worry and go." Xiao Hua laughed. With a wave of his hand, he activated the flying talisman and flew in the direction of Black Cloud Ridge. At a distance of 1,000 li was indeed very far for ordinary people, and it would probably take several tens of days to reach it. However, for cultivators like Xiao Hua, it was very close. In less than an hour, Xiao Hua saw a few desolate mountains in front of him. The mountains were surrounded by black fog and had a sorrowful appearance. Xiao Hua already knew that he didn't go in the wrong direction this time. This was Black Cloud Ridge. When Xiao Hua flew closer and carefully sized up Black Cloud Ridge, he could not help but feel a little confused. The forests of the Dawn Rain continent were mostly green with birds chirping, and the mountains were quiet. There was always a sense of spiritual energy. Even if it was a barren land, it was only filled with jagged rocks, swamps, and miasma. It was a kind of natural barrenness or a natural barrier that was beyond the reach of human strength. However, this Black Cloud Ridge was different from what Xiao Hua had seen before. This Black Cloud Ridge only had strange large rocks, and there were no greenery or grass to be seen, let alone any traces of humans. There were no mountain paths, only flat ground created by humans or demons. From afar, this flat ground looked like a scar on a beggar's head. What was special was that the black clouds didn't just cover the mountainsides and peaks of the mountains. Even the cracks of the mountain rocks in the ordinary mountain streams could be seen seeping out traces of black gas. Accompanying the black qi was an indescribable stench and blood that filled the entire mountain range. Xiao Hua's mouth and nose had long been surrounded by this stench, making Xiao Hua feel extremely uncomfortable. Sigh. No wonder it's called the Black Cloud Ridge. Only demons can survive here. Ordinary people would have lost their lives long ago. Xiao Hua sighed and looked around. He had already seen the bones scattered between the cracks of the rocks. Needless to say, they must have been eaten by the demons in the mountain. After looking for a moment, Xiao Hua was a little embarrassed. This Black Cloud Ridge was not a single mountain, but several. After these several mountains, there were several continuous mountain ridges. Although there were no obvious black clouds in the mountain ridges, there was still a lot of black fog that was faintly discernible, giving off a demonic aura. This mountain ridge was not only deep, but it also stretched for hundreds of miles. At a glance, one couldn't see the end. Even divine sense couldn't search carefully. So how could Xiao Hua find the traces of Xiao Jian and the others? This doesn't seem to be the Black Cloud Ridge that the Xiao imagined. Xiao Hua saw it clearly and was a little dumbfounded. He thought that the Black Cloud Ridge was just a mountain, and that the demon that roared over the border river of the country of Shi was the king of the mountain. He thought that when he arrived at the Black Cloud Ridge, he would use the wishful staff to kill the demon and rescue Xiao Jian and the others from the cave. He had always been thinking about how to kill the demon, but he didn't expect that it would be so difficult to even find the demon. Of course, he also understood that the reason why Fu Jiwen didn't say anything was because Fu Jiwen had never been here and only heard of the evil reputation of the Black Cloud Ridge. Fu Jiwen didn't know the real situation inside. What should I do? Xiao Hua was a little anxious. Although he didn't believe that Xiao Jian was so coincidentally caught so far away in the Black Cloud Ridge, he also knew that if there was such a possibility, then the lives of Xiao Jian and the others were in danger. If he delayed for a moment, they would become food in the mouth of the demon. Let's fight. Xiao Hua took out the wishful staff and looked at the towering black cloud ridge. His eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, if I were to destroy the peak of this black cloud ridge, would it attract the attention of the fairies? If one demon comes, then I will know the situation of all the demons in the black cloud ridge, right? Thinking, Xiao Hua urged the flight talisman to rush up the mountain. But at this moment, Xiao Hua's heart moved. He patted his forehead and said with a wry smile, damn it, how could I forget about them? Isn't looking for people and demons their strong suit? Besides, the heavenly horse is a holy creature. As long as it appears, it will definitely attract the demon. Why do I have to do it myself? Thinking, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the heavenly horse, Little Black and Little Yellow. The heavenly horse seemed to be extremely disgusted with the aura of the black cloud ridge. Its nose kept snorting, and its pure white tail was impatiently swinging. Its forehooves were also restlessly stomping in the air, and auspicious clouds were instantly born. The luster of the auspicious clouds and the brilliance of the heavenly horse drove away the black fog of the black cloud ridge. The fishy smell was also weakened by the brilliance. Of course, the pure white light of the heavenly horse was also corroded by a lot. Not bad. Xiao Hua was very satisfied with the heavenly horse he obtained in the auction. He flew and landed on the heavenly horse's back and ordered Little Black and Little Yellow to find Xiao Jian's whereabouts. When Little Black heard that he was going to find someone, he was unhappy. Father, the person we were looking for was really disgusting. He actually pinched the boy's tail with his hand. If it wasn't for Father's warning, the boy would have already bitten him to death. Looking at Little Black's childlike temper, Xiao Hua smiled and patted his head. Don't be long-winded. Go quickly. If you're late, these 3 people won't be able to live. Yes, the boy knows. Father, don't worry. The boy will definitely find them. Seeing that Xiao Hua was unhappy, Little Black didn't dare to say anything else. Just as he was about to fly away, Little Yellow shouted, Mother, call Little Silver out too. Its nose is very sensitive, so it should be easier. Okay, Xiao Hua thought that Little Silver only knew how to find spirit stones. He didn't know that Little Silver had this kind of talent. Feeling happy, he hurriedly let Little Silver out. Little Silver naturally didn't need Xiao Hua's arrangement. Once it came out of space, it squeaked a few times and immediately followed behind Little Yellow. Soon after, the 3 little things quickly flew away in the direction of the mountain range covered in black fog. Let's go. You follow this old man to another place. Let's see who can find him first. Xiao Hua patted the back of the heavenly horse's neck. The heavenly horse unfurled its 2 wings of light in an extremely intelligent manner. Lu, lu, lu. It cried out a few times and flew towards one of the mountain peaks. Xiao Hua's method was indeed useful. The Pegasus' brilliance was like a brilliant pearl in the black cloud mountain range. Not to mention, the Pegasus' roar was like a dragon's roar that shook the wilderness. In just a moment, there was a barbaric thought. Then, there were several small demons with pitch-black bodies covered in a faint demonic aura. They flapped their bat-like wings and flew out from various parts of the mountain range. They were even more greedy than flies that had seen fat meat. However, when these small demons flew closer, they saw the Pegasus' proud posture and the aura of its wings of light. They immediately fled in panic. Of course, the main reason was that Xiao Hua, who was standing on the Pegasus' back, could clearly see that although these small demons didn't have any thoughts, when the tyrannical thought swept past, all of the small demons were keenly aware of it. They hurriedly dodged as if they were extremely afraid. In just a short moment, the filthy figures, strange faces, and ferocious gazes of the little demons left a deep impression on Xiao Hua. Yes. In an instant, Xiao Hua sighed and secretly said, the reason why demons are demons is because they're different from humans. Demons feed on humans, and humans feed on livestock. What's the difference? We humans see demons as enemies, but I'm afraid that livestock also see us humans as enemies, right? I can speak bluntly, but how do you face those livestock? That brat you. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. He saw that the place where the thoughts swept over, black clouds rolled, and a demonic wind surged. A 20 feet tall demon flew over very quickly under the cover of the black clouds. The slightly hoarse voice came from the demon's huge head. Xiaohua laughed and put away the Pegasus. He didn't even take the wishful staff. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the flying demon with interest. When the demon flew closer, Xiaohua could clearly see that the demon's whole body was covered in black hair like needles. Its 20 feet tall body was covered in human-like armor. On its huge head, 2 brownish-yellow eyes flashed with blood-red brilliance. The lower half of the head was a protruding mouth with 2 nostrils connected. The mouth opened and closed, revealing sharp snow-white teeth. The 2 small ears on both sides of the head moved slightly. This monster was actually a black bear spirit. Seeing the appearance of this demon, Xiaohua laughed again. It was really a coincidence. This demon was the one Xiaohua saw at the border between the country of Shi and the country of Jiasa. However, at this time, there was no naked woman in the demon's arms. Instead, there were a few chicken-like mortals in its hands. The other hand of the demon was holding a large human leg. As it flew, it tore and bit, and the red blood flowed down the corner of the demon's mouth. Chapter 33:48. The black bear spirit saw that Xiaohua had put away the Pegasus and was looking at him with a smile on his face. Where was the fear that he had imagined? The black bear spirit was so shocked that he almost forgot to eat human flesh. He looked left and right to confirm that Xiaohua was smiling at him. When the black bear spirit realized that there was no one around, a bad premonition arose from the bottom of his heart. This was too abnormal. Black Cloud Ridge was rarely visited by humans. Today, a person with a Pegasus suddenly appeared. Moreover, this person didn't seem to have a strong cultivation. However, this person didn't seem to be panicking at all. He just stood in midair as if he was waiting for someone. He didn't even seem to be on guard as he watched the black bear spirit fly closer. When he thought of this, the black bear spirit didn't hesitate at all. He roared, "You brat, where are you running to?" As he spoke, the black bear spirit stirred the demonic cloud and flew in another direction. Xiaohua sneered and scolded, "Stop!" The black bear spirit didn't dare to stop. His body flashed with a black light, and the wind blew again. The demonic cloud grew several times larger, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed more than 100 feet away. "You're courting death," Xiaohua said coldly, and then used the art of soul piercing. Of course, Xiaohua himself was also a little nervous. This black bear spirit was truly a spirit, and far from being as reckless as he had thought. It had fled without even exchanging a single word upon meeting. With Xiaohua's current flight talisman, he was afraid that he would not be able to catch up. Only the art of soul piercing could do something in a short time. However, Xiaohua had never used the soul stab technique against the demon, and he didn't know if it would be effective. Fortunately, after Xiaohua used the soul stab technique, the black cloud immediately stopped. Ayo! The black bear's spirit immediately threw down the mortals in his hands and fell from the clouds, holding his head with both hands. At the same time, he let out a muffled cry. "Damn it!" Xiaohua cursed. He didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly used his flying talisman and waved his hands to catch the mortals the black bear spirit had thrown down. However, when Xiaohua caught a few mortals, he was once again dumbfounded. The black bear spirit that had been howling in grief earlier had disappeared. At the place where the black bear spirit fell, there was a crater in the rocks. The grayish-black vines between the rocks were also torn apart. Motherfucker, is this still a bear spirit? Was it still that stupid black bear that had turned into a demon? Why do I feel like he's 100 times more cunning than ordinary people? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent the mortals into his chinquin bag. Then, he sent his divine sense into the nearby ground. But a moment later, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and a dark green light flashed between his eyebrows again. The word lightning flew out of Xiaohua's forehead and rushed into the ground in the distance. Rumble! A muffled sound of thunder came from the bottom of a hill about 10 zhang away. This muffled sound did not even disturb the birds near the black cloud ridge. Of course, this was on the premise that there were still surviving birds in this demonic black cloud ridge. Boom! Immediately after, in front of Xiaohua, the hill that was almost 20 zhang tall suddenly shook violently. In an instant, it was as if a rock had broken through the sky. That hill turned into tens of thousands of huge rocks, and a black bear spirit that was almost 10 zhang tall rushed out from the hill with a roar. Although the cunning black bear spirit was now abnormally embarrassed and angry, he revealed his demon body dharma form and held a steel rod that was thicker than a human head in his left hand. Even his previously brownish-yellow eyes had now turned pitch black. However, this still couldn't hide his sorry state. Not to mention that the black bear spirit's black fur was now standing on end with streaks of lightning flashing between these black fur. Not to mention that the armor that covered his body was now completely shattered. Not to mention that the black gas that had transformed into a demon body was now riddled with holes by the lightning flashes and rolls of thunder technique. Just from the fact that the black bear spirit's thick arms were now trembling, one could tell that the black bear spirit had suffered a great loss at Xiaohua's hands. "You brat!" The black bear spirit jumped out of the hill, dust flying up from his body. Pieces of mountain rocks were shaken off by him. He was flustered and exasperated. "I see that your skin is soft and tender, and there's nothing to chew on. I'm too lazy to eat you. Furthermore, I have urgent matters to attend to in the cave residence. I'm rushing back. It's not that I'm afraid of you. If you continue to pester me like this, don't blame me for swallowing you in one bite." "Are you talking about this beef leg?" Xiaohua smiled and reached out with his hand. He took out the tendons that the black bear spirit had just swallowed. "This human leg, TSK, isn't a little too strong? However, let me give you a piece of advice. Beef should be roasted before eating it raw. It's easy to have diarrhea if you eat it raw. You're courting death." The black bear spirit's soft spot seemed to have been touched. His eyes flashed with ferocity. With a "who" sound, he jumped up from the ground. The Damascus steel staff in his hand made a deafening sound as he swung it at Xiaohua's head. He even whimpered, "I didn't want to kill you, but you insisted on making me kill you. Then don't blame me for not being merciful." "Merciful?" Xiaohua smacked his lips. Looking at the black bear spirit who was much taller than him, he blinked. He really couldn't think of any connection between this black bear spirit and being merciful. The black bear spirit clearly wanted to silence him. The Damascus steel staff pressed down like a mountain, making one feel suffocated. However, seeing that Xiaohua still didn't seem to care, the black bear spirit almost wanted to cry. Regardless of whether Xiaohua had some ability or not, at least Xiaohua's demeanor as a grandmaster had completely stunned the black bear spirit. "Who is this person?" The enraged black bear spirit suddenly had a bad feeling. Just now, he had provoked the heavenly lightning when he escaped, and the heavenly lightning had strangely burrowed into the ground. Now, he actually wanted to kill this person. What method did this person have to deal with him? "I shouldn't have come out today." The black bear spirit suddenly felt a sense of regret. Wouldn't it be better to study the old tree roots in the cave abode? Just as the Damascus steel rod, which was even bigger than Xiaohua's head, landed on top of Xiaohua's head, Xiaohua did not disappoint the black bear spirit. With a slight wave of his hand, he took out a club that looked like a toy. Similarly, he roared, "I'll let you have a taste of Grandpa's power." Woo, dang. In exchange for these two sounds, the black bear spirit's entire world shook. The black bear spirit felt his arms go numb, and an unimaginable force rushed into his body. Even his 100 feet demon body could not withstand it. Not only was his roiling demonic aura torn apart, even his 100 feet demon body shrunk rapidly like air leaking out of a balloon. Not only that, the black bear spirit was sent flying like a fallen leaf. His dark eyes were filled with confusion, and other than the dang in his ears, there was no other sound. With a loud bang, the black bear spirit crashed into a hill again, creating another hole and tearing apart some grayish-black wild vines. Roar! The black bear's spirit landed on the ground and struggled for a moment. He shook his head a few times and opened his mouth, revealing his blood-red tongue and snow-white teeth. Not only was he extremely vicious, but as the black bear's spirit roared, waves of demonic aura surged under his black fur. This black bear spirit looked like he was going to stake it all on this one throw of his life against Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua also became alert. With the wishful staff in his hand, he took out a few fire talismans from the space and slowly flew towards the black bear's spirit. However, just as Xiaohua flew closer, the black bear's spirit roared and jumped up from the ground again. But at the same time, he fell to his knees with a plop. With two bang-bang sounds, the black bear spirit's forehead hit the rocks on the ground, sending the rocks flying. The black bear spirit was still sobbing as he shouted, "Grandpa! You're my grandpa? Please spare my life. This lowly one is just a small fry in the Black Wind Ridge. I can't compare to the first and second masters. This lowly one has never eaten a human before. You saw it very clearly just now. This lowly one only ate a cow leg. But I was afraid that the other spirits would laugh at me, so I had no choice but to eat the cow leg as a human leg. Moreover, those people were all eaten by the big bosses of the Black Wind Ridge. It has nothing to do with me." Xiaohua was inexplicably astonished. He looked at the black bear spirit, who was begging for mercy in disbelief. Tears flowed out of the black bear spirit's eyes, which had already returned to its original brown color. Snot flowed out of its two small nostrils. It really looked like it was covered in snot and tears. "Get up!" Xiaohua was not afraid of the black bear spirit's tricks. He flew closer and said lightly, "Yes, Grandpa," the black bear spirit responded and got up from the ground. He lowered his head pitifully and stood there. He even stole glances at Xiaohua, as if trying to figure out Xiaohua's thoughts. "I'm not your grandpa." Xiaohua glared at him. "Just call me Taoist priest." "Yes, Taoist priest." Seeing that Xiaohua did not directly kill him, the black bear spirit was immediately happy. He smiled and agreed. "I wonder why Taoist priest has come to my Black Cloud Ridge." Although the black bear spirit wanted to smile, there was no flattery on his ferocious face. It was a kind of indescribable fierceness. Xiaohua frowned and asked curiously, "Just now you said that you were a small fry of the Black Wind Ridge. Why did you say that this is the Black Cloud Ridge?" "Oh, okay, Taoist priest knows." The black bear spirit hurriedly replied, "This is the Black Cloud Ridge. However, the Black Cloud Ridge is divided into 3 areas. They're the Black Wind Ridge, the Black Cloud Ridge, and the Lion Rock Ridge. I'm following the Black Wind Ridge's King Wancho. So it's like that." Hearing this, Xiaohua complained in his heart. He did not have time to ask the black bear spirit about the situation of the Black Cloud Ridge and the appearance of the spirits in the other 2 areas. He asked, "I have a few disciples who went missing near the Copper Pillar country. I searched for them in the surrounding hundreds of li, but there was no trace of them. I suspect that they were captured by the spirits of the Black Cloud Ridge. That's why I came to the Black Cloud Ridge to search. If you can help this old man find those disciples, this old man will spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 3349. Taoist Elder. Upon hearing that Xiaohua had come to the Black Cloud Ridge to search for someone, the black bear spirit became anxious and shouted, "If you are looking for someone, you can go to the cave abode in the ridge to search. Why are you waiting here? Besides, if a human fell into the hands of the Black Cloud Ridge demons, which one of them didn't have a taste first? How can they still be intact at this time? Taoist Elder, you are making things difficult for me. Also," the black bear spirit pointed to the mountain in the distance and said, "Black Wind Ridge has King Wancho, and Mo Yun Ridge has King Golden Eagle, and Lion Rock has King Wanshur. Which one of them is not powerful? Taoist Elder, I can't even fight you, let alone these monster kings. Black Wind Ridge is fine. I can help you look, but the other 2 monster kings, I can't even get close to them. How can I help you find someone? Please take pity on me and let me live. Rather than offending 2 monster kings, I would rather die in your hands. Since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish. Xiao Hua waved the staff in his hand and smashed it at the hill next to the black bear's spirit. With a boom, a piece of the hill was shaved off. As the dust flew, the black bear's spirit quickly shrank back in fear. Xiao Hua didn't pay any attention to him. He raised the wishful steel staff again and coldly said, "Wait until this old man smashes your brain, then I will go to the Black Wind Ridge, Lion Mountain, one by one. First, I will kill their first master. Then I will ask the second master if he has seen this old man's disciple. Whoever says he hasn't, I will kill him, until all the demons in this Black Wind Ridge are killed." Taoist Elder. Wait. The black bear's spirit felt the baleful aura on Xiao Hua's wishful scepter and hurriedly hugged his head. "Elder, please tell me what your disciple looks like and where he disappeared to. I will go back and ask if he was taken to Black Wind Ridge. If he is not in Black Wind Ridge, I really can't help you." You really don't know what's good for you." Xiao Hua shook the wishful staff and scolded. "It seems that you will only be honest if I beat you up." Then, Xiao Hua told the black bear's spirit about Xiao Jian and the others' appearances and where they might have gone missing. Unfortunately, the black bear's spirit was confused. After all, in the eyes of demons, everyone was divided into two types, delicious and not delicious. How could the black bear's spirit remember the faces of Xiao Jian and the others? "Taoist priest, can you confirm that your disciple didn't go somewhere else?" The black bear's spirit could not help but cry out. Maybe they see a beautiful woman and marry into her family first. Hey, Xiao Hua really didn't expect this black bear spirit's heart to be so filthy. He spat and scolded. "Do you think that my human clan is as promiscuous as your Yao clan?" After he finished scolding her, Xiao Hua was also stunned. It seems that the phrase promiscuous is not suitable to be used here, right? Fortunately, the black bear spirit was not a Confucian cultivator and did not know how to use words. He did not know what promiscuous meant and could only blankly listen to Xiao Hua's scolding. This old man has already searched the surrounding several hundred miles. If there's really any possibility, then it's that he was captured by you evil spirits. Xiao Hua said coldly, "Didn't you capture a few mortals to eat just now?" Taoist priest, can you roughly tell me the time and location earlier? The black bear spirit was helpless and could only ask again. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, the black bear spirit blinked his small eyes and smiled. "If it is as Taoist priest said, then at that time, that direction is really where my Black Wind Ridge hunted. If Taoist priest is not worried, this little one will return to the cave and help Taoist priest take a look." Don't worry, this little one does not eat human flesh, and Taoist priest methods. This little one is also clear. If your disciples are in Black Wind Ridge, this little one will definitely bring them here. How can this old man believe you? Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said, "Just bring this old man to your Black Wind Ridge's cave entrance." "Please don't." Taoist priest. The black bear's spirit panicked when he heard this. "If this little one brings you there, the other demons will know that this little one brought you there. How can this little one stay in Black Wind Ridge in the future? That's still better than being beaten to death by this old man." Xiao Hua said coldly. "Don't worry, Taoist priest." The black bear spirit said anxiously. "This little one will definitely bring your disciples here, as long as they are in Black Wind Ridge and have not been eaten by others." Hearing the black bear spirit say that they were eaten, Xiao Hua was also a little anxious. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and the divine power centipede flew out. Xiao Hua pointed at the divine power centipede and said, "Keep this thing in your pocket. If you don't come in 2 hours, this old man will let this thing bite you into pieces." The black bear spirit saw the ferocity of the divine power centipede and the demon chi and golden light around it. He couldn't help but be afraid and gasped. He instinctively felt the power of the divine power centipede and knew that Xiao Hua was not lying. However, after a while, the black bear spirit's brown-yellow eyes turned. He did not hesitate to grab the divine power centipede and put it in his pocket. He smiled and said, "Since Taoist priest does not trust this little one, Then this little one will let Taoist priest be at ease. Good. Xiao Hua saw that the black bear spirit was rarely forthright and nodded in approval. Go ahead. Whether you find them or not, this old man will not take your life today. Yes. This little one will go over now. The black bear spirit became very obedient. He urged the demon cloud and quickly went into the depths of the black cloud ridge. Xiao Hua looked at the back of the black bear spirit and snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the wishful steel staff returned to the space. Then he stretched out his hand, and a black flame appeared in his hand. Immediately, a wisp of black gas appeared around Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua did not activate the flying talisman, but the black light in the black gas flashed, and Xiao Hua disappeared. There was no trace of spiritual power fluctuation at all. This was the demon realm's concealment technique. The black qi and black qi were naturally the result of Xiao Hua's blood drop heavenly cave. Although the demon realm's concealment technique was powerful, it still relied on the demon fire and demon blood. The current hidden immortal continent was the world of Confucian cultivators. The righteous qi of Confucian cultivators was the nemesis of the demon blood and demon fire. Xiao Hua did not want others to know that he had the demon realm's technique and attract the pursuit of thousands of righteous Confucian cultivators. The black bear spirit urged the demon cloud and rushed into the depths of the black cloud ridge. Although his speed was still the same, on his ugly bear face, a pair of eyes would turn from time to time. It was obvious that he was absent-minded. The depths of the black cloud ridge were different from the outside. Not only were there more black clouds, completely covering the sky, the blood-red sunset in the sky could not shed any light. Moreover, there was a cold mist in the black clouds. This mist was very light, not to mention that it was impossible to see in the twilight. Even if the sun was high up in the sky, it might not be able to detect it. Moreover, this mist had an extremely strong corrosive power. Not to mention the bottom of the mountain, there were scars on the cobblestones of the dried-up riverbed. Even the rocks on the surface of the mountain were seeped with drops of black water. When a mountain wind blew, a large amount of black water would fall down. However, after entering the black cloud ridge, there were many trees and thorns. Needless to say, the thorns covered the ground and the surroundings of the mountain range. Sharp thorns flickered with a black light. Not only were they not corroded by the black mist, they were also extremely poisonous. The trees were also strange. The tree trunks had a layer of bark that looked like cow leather and was covered in layers of black water. The leaves on the branches were about a foot long and were also grayish-black in color. What was special was that there seemed to be a layer of oil on top of the grayish-black color. The faint mist condensed on the leaves and could not stay there. It directly turned into water droplets and slowly dripped down. The water droplet flew through the air and landed on the thorns on the ground. It spun a little before falling back down. Within the thorns, white bones and corroded holes could be seen everywhere. Where the black water droplet landed, it corroded another small hole into the skeleton. The black bear's spirit naturally ignored all of this. He lowered his head and continued to fly forward. Suddenly, a sharp shriek sounded from the tree hole in front of him. The black bear spirit was so frightened that he stopped in midair. Second leader, amidst the hiss, two dirty and smelly demons that looked like bats flew out. The one in front was very servile as he called out, "Why are you going to Lion Rock? Is this the first leader's idea? Why am I going to Lion Rock?" The black bear spirit roared, as if he was frightened by the two little demons. The two little demons did not seem to be afraid of the black bear spirit. Although they called him second leader, they smiled and said, "If second leader is not going to Lion Rock, why are you here? Moreover, this little one saw that you were flying in the direction of Lion Rock." At this point, the other little demon looked to his left and smiled. "Second leader, if you're going to find the 10,000 Lions King, one will call me. I'm not happy with my life in the Black Wind Ridge either. I still want to follow Second Master to the Lion Rock to enjoy a good life." Scram! The black bear spirit's face was covered by black fur. It was not clear whether it was black or red. He scolded angrily. "I was just thinking about something. That's why I went the wrong way." With that, the black bear spirit controlled his demon cloud and flew in another direction. After the black bear spirit flew far away, the two small demons looked at each other and shouted a few words. They pointed at the black bear spirit and laughed, as if they didn't see the black bear spirit as their second in command. Then, they took out two small pitchforks from the tree hole and flew around. The black bear spirit pulled himself together. Seeing that the sun was about to set, he did not dare to delay. He hurriedly controlled his demon cloud and rushed to the front of a cave before the sky turned dark. This cave was in the middle of a mountain. It was blocked by many mountain rocks and black wood. Not only was it difficult to see with the naked eye, but it was also difficult to find it with one's divine perception. What made Xiao Hua, who was following behind, surprised was that the black bear spirit seemed to be homesick when he reached the cave. He did not dare to enter directly. Instead, he flew around the cave a few times. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and flew over. Chapter 3350. The entrance to the cave was not small, but to the black bear spirit, it was a little cramped. The black bear spirit's body flashed with black gas, shrinking his body slightly before entering. As soon as he entered the cave, there was a winding stone path. On both sides of the stone path, there were a few torches that had just been lit. This stone path looked different from the outside. It was huge, at least a few feet long, and the stone path looked very long, as if it had chiseled through the entire mountain ridge. Second Elder is back. A voice that was not very enthusiastic came from above the black bear spirit's head. The black bear spirit looked up, and a black bat that was a few feet long was hanging upside down on top of his head, baring its teeth and greeting him. The black bear spirit answered casually and was about to step onto the stone path when the bat called out again. Second Elder, don't be impatient. What is today's password? Password? The black bear spirit stopped, raised his head, and said coldly, You tell me, what is today's password? Hee, Second Elder. The bat laughed. Don't make things difficult for me. Today is my turn to be on duty. Without the password, I dare not let any demons pass. This is the king's order. And, unfortunately, before he could finish, the black bear spirit spat and scolded. Since you know that I am the Second Elder, you should know that I never remember any passwords. I've been busy outside all day, and I'm so hungry that my stomach is shriveled. Who has the patience to talk to you here? With that, the black bear spirit ignored the bat and turned to step onto the stone path. However, just as the black bear spirit took 2 steps, there was a loud bang, and a hole appeared in the stone wall on his left. From that hole, a metal ball about 10 feet in size flew out. This metal ball was covered in spikes, and it made a woo-woo sound. The wind that it set off blew the black bear spirit's straight brown hair askew. The black bear spirit was shocked and was caught off guard. Without thinking, he rushed forward and dodged the metal ball. The sharp spikes on the metal ball cut through the black bear spirit's armor. The black bear spirit did not care whether he was injured or not. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and took out the wrought iron staff that had been smashed in half by Xiao Hua's wishful staff. It was also at this moment another gust of wind whistled, and from the front of his head, an iron ball about 10 feet thick and as thick as an arm smashed towards him. The black bear spirit's expression changed. He raised his wrought steel staff to block it. Unfortunately, the wrought steel staff was no longer the same as before. The black bear spirit immediately realized that black clouds had appeared beneath his feet as he flew backwards. Fortunately, the iron ball had chains attached to it. It drew an arc in the air and disappeared into the stone wall. However, the black bear's spirit retreated to the entrance of the cave. Damn it! The black bear spirit raised his head and looked at the bat on the stone wall. He knew that the trap was set up by this fellow. Unfortunately, he could only curse a little and did not dare to kill him. However, the black bear spirit really did not remember what today's password was. He could not help but stand there awkwardly. Just then, there was a commotion outside the cave. Thud, 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 thud. A few heavy footsteps were heard. 3 bear spirits that looked like the black bear spirit, but were one size smaller walked in. each carrying a few people or beasts. The few bear spirits saw the big black bear spirit and were slightly surprised. They hurriedly went forward and called out, "Big brother." Unfortunately, before they could say anything, a sinister voice sounded from above their heads. Hee. Big brother. Who in this Black Wind Ridge calls him Big brother? You guys really dare to call him that? Yes, yes, second master, second master. The other bear spirit seemed to be smart and quickly changed his words. We're used to calling him Big brother. We really can't change it. In the future, we brothers will be careful. We will definitely be careful. Yes, yes, we understand. The other bear spirits hurriedly agreed. The black bear spirit at the side felt a little sour. The hesitation from before seemed to have made a decision. Since the black bear spirit had made up his mind, he did not waste any more time and asked in a low voice, "What's today's password?" It seemed that all the black bear spirits had the same brain. They could not even remember a simple password. The four black bear spirits looked at each other. The one who looked smart earlier hesitated and said, "It seems to be a little girl who picks something. A little girl who picks flowers? A little girl who picks people's heads? A little girl who picks pine nuts? A little girl who picks rocks?" The four bear spirits started guessing one by one under the bat. Looking at the bear spirits who were being fooled by him, the bat on the stone wall sneered. Unfortunately, he did not notice that the black bear spirit, as the second master, had a cold glint in his eyes. A little girl who picks mushrooms. One of the bear spirits suddenly had an idea and shouted out the password for today's Black Wind Ridge. Yes, yes, pick mushrooms, pick mushrooms. The bear spirits were enlightened. Damn it, what's so good about mushrooms? They can't compare to a little girl. What's so good about picking them? Second master, please. The bat was done laughing and said in a low voice, "Oomph." The black bear spirit snorted and led the four bear spirits onto the stone path. As expected, the mechanism on the stone path did not appear again. The stone path was very long and curved. There were many forks in the path as well. Different bats would hide in the dark at each fork and ask for the password. The black bear spirit had to suppress his temper and answer every time. As for the patrol teams that occasionally passed by the stone path, they were all black bears or other beasts. They were respectful to the black bear spirit and did not dare to question him. Big brother. After passing a dark turn and seeing that there were no bats around, the smart bear spirit lowered his voice and said, "Something's not right. Why did the king suddenly think of using a password? What's not right? Didn't he use it before?" The black bear spirit replied indifferently, "I remember that it's even more complicated than this little girl. The problem is not that he used it before, big brother." The bear spirit was a little anxious. The problem is that he used it too frequently. Just now, at the cave entrance, was Big Brother blocked by those blood bats? Didn't those blood bats lying in ambush ask him the same thing? It wasn't so troublesome in the past, right? Even if Big Brother can't remember the password, he definitely wouldn't block the entrance and not let us in, right? Damn it, this is our own cave. How dare he not let us in ourselves? Another bear spirit seemed to understand something and was furious. What are you talking about?" The black bear spirit snorted and said indifferently, "This used to be our own cave. But since we've submitted to King Wancho, this cave belongs to King Wancho. We're all subordinates of a king. We do whatever the king tells us to do. As for the password, that's the king's wit. If I were the king, I wouldn't be able to come up with such a brilliant plan." Big brother. The bear spirit was stunned. That old bat. Slap. Without waiting for the bear spirit to finish, the black bear spirit slapped the bear spirit's face and scolded, "That's the king. Not." With that, he left without looking back. Sigh. The bear spirits were a little dejected. They followed behind the black bear spirit and quickly caught up. The cave abode in Black Wind Ridge was really big, but the black bear spirit was very familiar with it. After about half the time it took to finish a meal, it walked past a waterfall-like water curtain and came face to face with a hall that was about 100 feet wide. This hall was very simple. Other than a few thick stalactites supporting the four corners like pillars, there were some rough stone benches and stone tables scattered on the floor of the hall. On the floor, other than some white bones and skeletons, there were also some bloody and smelly skeletons of beasts and humans. At this moment, the hall was a little noisy. About 100 beastly little demons were busy. Some were holding wine cups in their hands, while others were holding bloody flesh. These little demons walked among the few stone tables, as if they were setting something up. Looking at the side of the hall, other than a huge wine jar, a steaming stove, and a mess of weapons, there were about 10 people of various colors who were on the verge of death. These people were either unconscious with their heads lowered or with their eyes slightly open. However, all of them looked dispirited, no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered. When the black bear spirit entered the hall, a few little demons nearby hurriedly bowed. However, the black bear spirit was distracted. He waved his hand, and his gaze landed on the dozens of captured humans. Unfortunately, the black bear spirit looked at them for a while. Not only did he not see Xiao Jian and the rest, he did not even see anyone wearing a Taoist robe. A trace of regret appeared on the black bear spirit's face for no reason. It was as if he was extremely disappointed that Xiao Jian and the rest were not here. "Second brother, you're back?" At this moment, a sharp voice sounded, as if it could tear the black bear spirit's ears apart. The black bear spirit hurriedly turned his head and put on a fawning smile. He shouted, "Great King, this little one is back. What good things have happened today? Why did the great king arrange such a grand banquet?" However, when he saw the scene in the depths of the hall, his expression changed. There was a high platform in the depths of the hall. At the edge of the platform, there was a short bone wall made of skeletons, separating the platform from the hall. On the platform, there were originally 2 stone chairs made of tiger skin. Now there were 3. Sitting on the centermost stone chair was a 2-zhang-tall bat monster. The bat monster had 2 pitch-black fleshy wings that were 3 to 4 zhang long. At this moment, one of the fleshy wings extended a fleshy claw to grab the stone wall, while the other fleshy claw grabbed a fist-sized wine cup. The bat monster's face was triangular. Its 2 scarlet eyes stared unblinkingly at the black bear spirit. On the left of the bat monster, there was another bat monster sitting on the stone chair that the black bear spirit was originally sitting on. However, this bat monster was snow white. Layers of white fur covered its body like snowflakes. This bat monster's posture was similar to the one sitting in the middle. They both held a wine cup in their hands. Their scarlet eyes were also looking at the black bear spirit. Chapter 33:51. Come, second brother. This is the Snow Bat King that Big Brother has mentioned to you many times. Come over and greet him. The bat in the middle is obviously King Wancho. Seeing the black bear's spirit in a daze, he hurriedly calls out, "Yes, King." The black bear's spirit hurriedly runs over. Without waiting for him to reach the stage, he hurriedly salutes. "Greetings, Snow Bat King." King has always been talking about Snow Bat King. I have always admired him. I did not expect to finally meet him today. Come, let me toast Snow Bat King. As the black bear spirit speaks, he reaches out and picks up a jar of wine from the stone table beside him and raises it. "Ha, second brother, don't be anxious." Without waiting for Snow Bat King to speak, King Wancho laughs. "Snow Bat King is here to seek refuge with my Black Wind Ridge. Since he is here, he will not leave. In the future, you will have plenty of opportunities to drink. Today is a banquet to welcome him. In a while, many brothers will be toasting him. Don't let him drink too much. Oh, that's right. In a while, you still have to lead a group of brothers to toast him. Similarly, don't drink too much now." The black bear spirit is very embarrassed. Holding the jar of wine in midair, he smiles and says, Yes, I understand. I will listen to King's instructions." As he speaks, he places the jar of wine back on the stone table. Seeing the black bear spirit's embarrassment, King Wancho laughs. "Second brother, did you catch anything today? I know that Snow Bat King is coming today and wanted to give you a surprise. I specially let you go out to hunt. Bring the people you caught as a gift for Snow Bat King." The black bear spirit is stunned. The people he caught were all saved by Xiaohua. How can there be any living people in his hands now? King Wancho's face changes. He snorts, "What? You went out for a day, and you did not find a single person? Then, King Wancho looks at Snow Bat King and says, "Second brother, you know the rules of my Black Wind Ridge. If you go out to hunt and don't catch anything, you will not have meat to eat when you return. Today is a banquet to welcome Snow Bat King. Returning empty-handed, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you do not welcome Snow Bat King? Or do you have objections to Big Brother's rules?" The Black Bear spirit is shocked and hurriedly says, "King, you misunderstand. The Snow Bat King is the king's good friend. How can I not welcome him? Besides, I didn't know that the Snow Bat King would come to my Black Wind Ridge. How could this little one have such thoughts?" "Humph." King Wancho sneered again. "What a useless thing. You are the second in command of my Black Wind Ridge, and yet you failed to capture anyone. Where is this king's face?" Hee, great king, the Snow Bat King, who had been silent all this while opened his mouth and laughed. "I have long heard of the great king's Black Bear spirit. That day at the Black Cloud Ridge, he was on par with Moyun Ridge and Lion Rock and was a hero. Now that they had pledged their allegiance to the king, under the wise leadership of the king, they would definitely become even more valiant. How could they be useless? Perhaps it's just a coincidence that we didn't meet anyone alive today. I believe that this is just He Xiong's bad luck. It's impossible for He Xiong to have any thoughts in mind." "Humph." King Wancho snorted coldly and said, "Since King Snowbat has pleaded for mercy, I will not pursue this matter any further. However, the rules of my Black Wind Ridge cannot be changed. Black Bear Spirit, don't eat meat today." Yes, I understand." When Black Bear Spirit heard that King Wancho no longer called him second in command, and instead called him Black Bear Spirit, he understood and did not dare to refute. He lowered his head and hurriedly replied, Hee, great king." King Snowbat laughed from the side again. "I have just arrived at Black Wind Ridge, and I have already let Black Bear Spirit starve. How am I going to interact with him in the future? Oh, I have a few people here that I picked up on the way here. How about this as a gift for Black Bear Spirit?" With that, King Snowbat waved his hand and took out 5 people from the small universal pouch at his waist and threw them onto the high platform. "Ha! All right, we will do as King Snowbat says." King Wancho laughed and glared at Black Bear Spirit. "Why aren't you thanking King Snowbat?" However, Black Bear Spirit seemed to have lost his soul. His eyes stared straight at the 5 people on the high platform and did not say a single word. This was because one of the 5 people was Xiao Jian in his Taoist robe. The other 4 people were Lu, Yi, and Yuanya. However, Xiao Jian and Lu Yi opened their eyes as if they had just woken up from a dream. When they saw everything in front of them, their faces turned pale. As for the incomparably valiant Yuanya, his eyes were tightly shut as if he had fainted. Black Bear Spirit. King Wancho was enraged. He almost flew up and shouted, "Are you rebelling? I called you, and you dare not answer?" Great king, great king." Black Bear Spirit woke up and hurriedly shouted, "I was distracted for a moment. Please calm down, great king." "Distracted? What are you distracted for?" King Wancho sneered and asked, "Could it be that you have other thoughts in your heart?" Black Bear Spirit smiled and pointed at the 5 people. "I was surprised by King Snowbat's methods. This seems to be a Taoist from the Taoist sect. He should have some tricks up his sleeves. For King Snowbat to capture 5 Taoists in one go, he is definitely stronger than me. I admire King Snowbat from the bottom of my heart. How about this? I admit that I am no match for King Snowbat. How about we give King Snowbat the position of the second head of Blackwind Ridge? I am willing to be the 3rd head." "Please allow me, great king." Seeing Black Bear's spirit being so tactful, King Wancho laughed and raised the wine cup in his hand. "All right, we will do as Third Brother says. King Snowbat will be the second head of Blackwind Ridge. Come, let us have a drink." Black Bear's spirit saw that King Wancho did not say anything and drank first. He helplessly picked up the wine jar from the stone table beside him and respectfully drank a few mouthfuls with the 2 of them. "Good wine," King Snowbat sighed. "Great King's wine is indeed mouth-watering. However, if there's only good wine and no meat, wouldn't it spoil the mood? Come, great king, This person's muscles are firm and very strong. Why don't you have a taste? With that said, King Snowbat used the small claws on his wings to grab Yuanya and threw him to King Wancho. Many thanks, second brother. King Wancho took Yuanya and touched him with his claws. He was immediately overjoyed. Come, come, third brother, this boy's also very tender. The Snowbat King threw Lu E to the Black Bear's spirit again. Black Bear's spirit helplessly caught him and watched as King Snowbat picked another slightly younger person. His mind raced, trying to think of a way to save Yuanya and Lu E. However, when he saw King Wancho's teeth moving towards Yuanya's neck, Black Bear Spirit's clumsy mind still could not come up with any ideas. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Black Bear's Spirit shouted, "Wait!" Oh! King Wancho was slightly taken aback. It was also at this moment that a trace of astonishment appeared on his extremely ugly face. A faint red demonic mist instantly appeared around his body as his entire body flew to the side like a ghost. A hoarse roar of anger came from King Wancho's bloody mouth at the same time. Woo! King Wancho dodged extremely quickly, but a stick that appeared out of thin air was even faster. The sound of the wind from a stick combined with King Wancho's roar had already hit his head. Wah wah! King Wancho spat out a sky-piercing sound wave. Black Bear's spirit saw with his own eyes that waves of air were shattered by the sound wave. Strands of something that looked like void black silk appeared in the air and rushed towards the stick and the mysterious person behind it. Damn it! Black Bear's spirit was stunned on the spot, trembling with fear. It wasn't just because of King Wancho's sound wave that could shatter everything. That day, he was knocked unconscious by this sound wave, causing the Black Wind Ridge to fall into the hands of the bat monsters. It was also because he was extremely familiar with this club. Not long ago, he was almost killed by this club that could stretch and retract. How could the Black Bear's spirit not know that Xiao Hua had already followed him here? He almost groaned as he cried out, "What should I do?" Black Bear's spirit only cried out once because the moment King Wancho's sound wave was released, the entire cave dwelling shook like a huge wave. Waves of pain that felt like knives cutting through the Black Bear's spirit's mind grew. He could no longer pay attention to the battle between Xiao Hua and King Wancho, hugging his head and rolling on the ground. Of course, when Black Bear's spirit was lying down, he did not forget to carefully place Lu E under a table. When Black Bear's spirit was lying down, he missed a good show. Although King Wancho's sound attack was extremely powerful, and something similar to spatial cracks blocked the wishful stick did not seem to be afraid. Where the stick passed, these extremely powerful cracks were all destroyed. The cracks that had been destroyed immediately recovered. King Wancho was shocked and flapped his wings again, preparing to fly. Furthermore, King Wancho had already calculated that the head of the club was only at the bottom of his feet. His flight was definitely several tens of feet. Although the newcomer did not reveal himself, from the way the club moved, it was clear that the newcomer's flying technique was not as fast as his. As long as he could avoid this sneak attack, King Wancho was confident that he could escape from the cave dwelling of Black Cloud Ridge. He was even confident that he could join forces with King Snowbat to kill the person who came. King Wancho thought so and did so. Of course, the effect was as he thought. Seeing that he had escaped the attack range of the stick, King Wancho still had time to throw away the abyss cliff in his hand. He looked again at King Snowbat, who had just reacted behind the stick, and opened his mouth to attack again. At this time, something happened that made his soul fly out of his body. The head of the club that had already landed on his chest suddenly became larger and longer at a speed faster than the flying sword. Without waiting for him to react, it immediately pierced into his chest. Pooh! The golden silk soft armor did not have any resistance at all. King Wancho's demon body that he was so proud of also could not block this attack. Chapter 3352. You who the hell are you? King Wancho's shriveled corpse hung on the wishful scepter like a kite. He still looked at the wishful scepter and couldn't help but ask, Dao Sek Xiaohua, Xiao Hua's figure faintly appeared in the air, holding the wishful scepter in one hand, as if holding a long sword, and coldly said, Dao, Dao sect? When did this king offend the Dao sect? King Wancho's mouth flowed with dirty blood. They actually let you kill this king? Murderers will always be killed. Devourers will always die. You eat raw human flesh, and now you will be killed by this Xiao. Xiao Hua shook the wishful scepter, and King Wancho's corpse fell from the air. He then turned his head and looked at the somewhat hesitant Snow Bat King. Why don't you do it? Hee, Snow Bat King laughed. This one just came to Black Wind Ridge to join the gang. This is the first time I came to Black Wind Ridge. Immortal Friend must have been hiding nearby and must have heard. Since Immortal Friend came to find King Wancho's displeasure, then this one has nothing to do with this one. And everything in Black Wind Ridge has nothing to do with this one. Moreover, this one also has to thank Immortal Friend for killing King Wancho, so this one won't have to worry about it in the future. Haha, that's really good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed, looking at Snow Bat King with interest. So, you still have to thank this old man. That's natural. Snow Bat King nodded and pointed to the left. This one just said clearly that this is the first time this one has come to this cave. I don't know what's inside. If Immortal Friend likes anything, you can take it. Oh, there's also the second master of Black Wind Ridge here. He must be very familiar with this place. Immortal Friend can capture him and torture him. Of course, if Immortal Friend can also kill him, this one will be even more grateful. Wait until this one has control of Black Wind Ridge. If Immortal Friend comes to Black Wind Ridge in the future, this one will lead the small ones to welcome Immortal Friend. At this moment, in the hall, a group of small demons were struggling to get up from the ground. King Wancho's final strike before his death was not something that ordinary people or demons could withstand. A few thin and weak elk demons were already sitting on the ground with blood dripping from their ears, unable to get up. Even the dozen or so bat monsters were somewhat dispirited and listless. However, they all looked at Xiao Hua in fear. They were afraid that they had enmity with Xiao Hua in the past, and now he wanted their lives. Xiao Jian, Lu Yi, and the others were in an even worse state. They were also lying on the ground with blood flowing out of their ears. However, Xiao Hua's soul sense had already swept over them. He knew that they were only unconscious and were not seriously injured. Therefore, in order to not attract the Snow Bat King's attention, Xiao Hua simply ignored them. Poor Black Bear. Xiao Hua smiled at the Black Bear spirit who had just stood up. I didn't expect you to be so weak in the Black Wind Ridge. No wonder you only dare to call yourself a small demon in the Black Wind Ridge. Oh no, seeing the smile on Xiao Hua's face, the Snow Bat King's heart skipped a beat. It suddenly recalled the Black Bear spirit's cry before King Wancho was ambushed by Xiao Hua. It immediately understood. It opened its mouth and said, Everyone, the Black Bear spirit is colluding with the human race to take over my Black Wind Ridge. Come. I will fight to the death with this human and the Black Bear spirit. As long as we can kill the Black Bear spirit and this human, this king will reward you with primal stones. As it spoke, the Snow Bat King's body began to emit a bloody mist similar to King Wancho's. This bloody mist surged in all directions. The originally timid small demons, no matter if they were bats or bears, upon contact with a bloody mist, their eyes immediately turned blood red. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward Xiao Hua and the Black Bear spirit. Oomph! Xiao Hua sneered. He shouted at the Black Bear spirit. This Xiao will give you a chance to regain control of Black Wind Ridge. You better make good use of it. Yes, Taoist. At this point, how could the Black Bear spirit not understand Xiao Hua's intentions? While lamenting that he had shouted wait, in time, he summoned his monster cloud and was about to rush out of the hall. Squeak, squeak. Before the Black Bear spirit could fly away, the Snow Bat King also spread its wings and quickly distanced itself from Xiao Hua. Then, it opened its mouth again, and a sound wave that was not inferior to King Wancho's shot toward Xiao Hua. What was even more amazing was that a dozen or so bat monsters also charged into the air following the Snow Bat King's attack. They all opened their mouths, and different sound waves rushed towards Xiao Hua like streams and waves. Ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed heartily. If this was before, Xiao Hua would have had to rely on a magical treasure that was also a sound attack. Or he would have had to rely on the innate divine restriction in his Naiwan palace to block it. But after his battle with the Confucian cultivator, Xiao Hua understood that the lightning thunder technique was the bane of all sound attacks. It could even be said that any green seal character was the bane of sound attacks. Since this was the case, what did Xiao Hua have to fear? Rumble. Layers upon layers of green light flowed out from between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. One by one, the green seal characters of lightning vibrated within the green light. This lightning was not only born within the Great Hall, it struck down all the bats except for the Snow Bat King. Following the release of Xiao Hua's soul sense, it spread throughout the entire cavern of Black Wind Ridge. One by one, the bats fell to the ground amidst the sound of thunder. They either fainted or were directly killed. The green seal character's backlash to sound attacks was simply too strong. When the black bear spirit saw the green lightning, he first shrunk his neck in fear as if he wanted to avoid it. But when he saw that the lightning had killed the bat monsters, he immediately became happy. He waved the half of his steel staff and shouted, "Boy, follow me to kill those bald birds. From now on, Black Wind Ridge will be our world again." Roar. Although the rest of the bear spirits and lesser demons were a little dizzy, they couldn't resist the temptation of the black bear spirit's words. One by one, they roared and ran towards a stone wall in the distance. Some even picked up the stone table and rushed out of the hall. As they ran, they killed the already fainted bat monsters one by one. The black bear spirit carefully stood by the side of the captured humans. He stared at the lesser demons as they left before he could rest assured and kill his way out. Yu, the Snow Bat King, obviously didn't expect Xiao Hua to know the lightning and thunder technique. This kind of soul cultivator soul technique was far more harmful to bats than the wishful steel staff. In just a few rounds of the lightning and thunder technique, not only was the Snow Bat King's body scorched by the lightning, but even the Snow Bat King, who lived in the air, could no longer fly in the air. Instead, he fell to the ground, his wings trembling violently. "You have such great magical powers. Why did you help the black bear spirit? What did he give you as a reward? Whatever he can give, I can get it to him." Xiao Hua sneered. "What can a black bear spirit give this old man as a reward? Do you think this old man can be controlled by a demon? Then why did you—" Suddenly, the Snow Bat King seemed to understand something. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Jian, who had long fainted among the mortals. His robe was particularly eye-catching now. "He is your disciple?" The Snow Bat King took a deep breath. "When I captured him, I seemed to have heard him shouting that there was a powerful senior who would save him. It was you, wasn't it?" "That's right. He was talking about this old Xiao." Xiao Hua did not turn his head to look at Xiao Jian. Instead, he indifferently replied, "It's just that he is not this old Zhao's disciple. He is merely an ordinary Dao disciple. Since he is not your disciple, and he is merely an ordinary Dao disciple, why did you chase him for 1,000 li to save him? Moreover, you also wanted to kill all of the bat monsters in the Blackwind Mountain Range? Since he is my Dao disciple, no matter who he is, this old Xiao should save him. Not to mention, this old man has only met him once." Xiao Hua let out a long laugh. "Perhaps in the past, my Dao disciple was bullied by you demons, Confucian cultivators, and Buddhist sections. But from today onwards, from this old Xiao, no Dao disciple will be bullied by you. Even more so, they will not become your food. This old Xiao wants to establish a Dao sect in the hidden immortal continent, in the Western Paradise, in 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Establish a Dao sect? Ha ha!" The Snow Bat King laughed involuntarily. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said in a mocking tone, "You are crazy. You actually want to establish a Dao sect 1,000,000 years after the Dao sect was annihilated and revive the Dao sect? If you don't do some things, You will never know whether you will succeed or not. Xiao Hua faintly smiled. However, whether this matter will succeed or not, this old Xiao does not know. What this old Xiao knows is that you must die today. Wait, the Snow Bat King was anxious. This old one knows a secret about the Tao sect. Go to hell. Xiao Hua showed no mercy. The wishful staff smashed down, and the Snow Bat King's head immediately shattered. This old Xiao does not care about secrets that are exchanged with life. The so-called secrets are nothing more than some boring things that are hidden by people and deliberately mysterious. Looking at the corpses of the Snow Bat King and Wanshou King, Xiao Hua waved his hand. A faint samadhi true fire was born and casually fell on the two demons. In just a moment, the corpses turned into ashes. Naturally, Xiao Hua did not hesitate to accept the small Qinkuan bags of the two demons and threw them into the space without looking at them. Subsequently, Xiao Hua glanced at the messy hall and looked at the group of unconscious mortals. He sighed and walked to the side of Lu Yi, who was thrown under the stone table by the black bear spirit. Lu Yi looked very painful. Obviously, not only was he almost eaten by the black bear spirit, but the screams of Wanshou King and the Snow Bat King were also unbearable for him. Xiao Hua stretched out a hand and checked, then took out a long silver needle from the space. With two fingers twisting, the silver needle trembled and inserted into Lu Yi's eyebrows. As a faint wisp of true essence rushed in, Lu Yi's eyelids began to tremble slightly. When Xiao Hua pulled out the silver needles, Lu Yi opened his eyes. When he saw Xiao Hua's face, before he could even call out Taoist priest, an incomparable dizziness appeared in his mind. Then, a strong feeling of vomiting came from his stomach. Lu Yi couldn't help but fall to the ground and vomit mouthfuls of water. The indescribable nausea made him unable to control himself. Chapter 3353. Xiao Hua knew that this was the result of the sound wave attack from the two bat monsters. He didn't stay any longer and quickly walked to Yuanya, who was thrown aside by King Wanshou. Yuanya was different from Lu Yi. When he was captured, he was knocked unconscious by the Snow Bat King's demonic technique. When Xiao Hua used the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, part of the demonic technique was removed. At this time, Xiao Hua looked at him, and a strand of true essence rushed into Yuanya's body. In a moment, Yuanya woke up. Seeing Xiao Hua's familiar face, he jumped up like a carp and hurriedly bowed. "Bring your master here." Xiao Hua glanced at Xiao Jian, who was lying in the crowd, and ordered Yuanya. "Yes, immortal elder." Yuanya glanced at the hall. His eyes were full of bat monsters' corpses. It was abnormally bloody. He didn't see the monster who captured him. He didn't dare to ask more, and hurriedly answered and brought Xiao Jian over. Xiao Hua also woke Xiao Jian up. Xiao Jian was in an even worse state than Lu Yi. His entire body was twitching as he lay on the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of acid. There was still a remnant of his divine sense in his Naiwan palace, and this divine sense was the main culprit. After waking up the three of them, Xiao Hua was not in a hurry to wake up the others. Instead, he walked up to the high platform and slowly sat down. He released his divine sense and pressure. The pressure that was comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator flowed along the stone path like a stormy sea and covered the entire Black Wind Ridge through the rock walls. This time, there was no need for any lightning or thunder technique. The bat monsters and bear spirits that had been struggling all this time were all prostrated on the ground and trembling all over. Rumble. Layers of lightning appeared out of nowhere, killing the fainted bat monsters one by one. The eyes of the black bear spirit, who had already collapsed on the ground, flashed with fear. When he stole a glance at the other bear spirits, he realized that those ferocious demon spirits were even weaker than the black bear spirit. Many of them hid their heads in their bosoms, not daring to lift their heads. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xiao Hua's voice sounded like the sound of heaven in Black Wind Ridge. "Black Bear Monster, if you want to be the king of Black Wind Ridge, immediately take your sons and kill all the bat monsters. Don't leak any information. Yes, I know. The black bear's spirit sensed that Xiao Hua's pressure and divine sense had receded. He hurriedly jumped up from the ground and yelled as he led the little demons to sweep through the entire Black Wind Ridge cave. Before the group of small demons could charge out with the black bear spirit, the Herculean centipede that had been hiding in the black bear spirit's bosom had already roared and charged into the sky. Ever since he saw Xiao Hua, Yuan had never felt that Xiao Hua would be so majestic. He also never thought that Xiao Hua would give him this kind of invincible feeling. It was as if Xiao Hua, who was sitting on the tiger skin stone chair, was a vast ocean, a towering mountain peak, so high that it was difficult to reach. Yuan relied on his instincts to judge people and things. He knew that all the powerful demon beasts he had encountered in the profound Jade Dark Forest combined were probably not Xiao Hua's opponent. Thinking up to this point, Yuan was once again at a loss. It seemed that Xiao Hua wasn't this powerful on the Longevity Town's arena. At this time, Xiao Jian and Lu Yi had already recovered. Although their faces were as pale as paper, they were already able to stand steadily and did not need to lie on the ground. Lu Yi obediently stood beside Xiao Hua and did not say much. However, Xiao Jian could not. When the oppressive pressure around Xiao Hua disappeared, he hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "Junior, thanks Senior Xiao for saving my life. And there's no need to be polite." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "You are a disciple of my Dao sect. This old man has already said it in front of Master Dao Shan's corpse in the Seven Suns Temple. As long as this old man knows, I will definitely not let any disciple of my Dao sect be bullied. You are acquainted with this old man, and there is also fate between us. Naturally, I will save you." Following which, Xiao Hua looked at Lu Yi and asked, "How did you all fall into the hands of the bat monster?" Lu Yi glanced at Xiao Jian, who had an unnatural expression on his face, and told him everything that had happened. Similar to Fu Jiwen's guess, the moment Xiao Jian left the capital of Copper Pillar Country, he immediately used silver to purchase 6 steeds, and each of them fled towards Jiang Country. When they encountered a fork in the road, Xiao Jian only hesitated for a moment before rushing in. Of course, Lu Yi wanted to oppose it, as he was afraid that Xiao Hua would not be able to find him after flying out of Copper Pillar Country. However, after hearing Xiao Jian's explanation about the spiritual will, he had no choice but to follow Xiao Jian into the desolate path. Xiao Jian's choice was not bad, but his luck was not good. Not long after, before he could find a suitable place to hide, he was seen by the Snow Bat King who was passing by in the sky. 6 horses and 3 people. It was the best gift that the Snow Bat King gave to King Wancho. Although Yuan had the magic hammer, that thing was kept in the small universe bag by Xiao Jian. Before he could take it out, Yuan was knocked unconscious by the Snow Bat King and kept in the bag. At the end, Louis could not help but be surprised. He looked left and right and asked curiously, "Taoist priest, where's this place? Is it that bat monster's lair?" This is the Black Cloud Ridge." Xiao Hua laughed. "It's the lair of a black bear's spirit. Black Cloud Ridge." Xiao Jian's face turned black. Today's matter was too dangerous. If Xiao Hua did not come to save them, they would have become food for the demons of the Black Cloud Ridge. Then what about Master Dao Shan? Xiao Jian could not help but ask. He was really curious. After Xiao Hua sent them out of the Bronze Pillar Nation, what did Xiao Hua do? Xiao Hua's cultivation level was so high, but he was still so serious about this matter. This meant that the mastermind who plotted against the Seven Suns Temple must have a powerful background. Who can stop me from doing what I want to do? Xiao Hua snorted arrogantly. The mastermind who attacked the 21 people of the Seven Suns Temple has been killed by me. It was Jiang Wenhao from the Bronze Pillar Nation's Imperial Academy. Xiao Jian immediately understood. Xiao Hua actually sneaked into the Bronze Pillar Nation's Imperial Academy and killed a Confucian cultivator. Thinking about how Xiao Hua could easily enter the Imperial Academy and kill people, Xiao Jian could not help but gasp. However, when Xiao Hua rode on a heavenly horse and barged into the Imperial Academy, destroyed the Imperial Academy's gate, and killed Jiang Wenhao in front of everyone, Xiao Jian was stunned. He could not help but look at Xiao Hua from head to toe again. He screamed in his heart, Is this still the little Taoist that I saved? Fortunately, this Xiao did not offend him. In the future, I'm afraid we have good karma. After the shock passed, Xiao Jian was overjoyed. Xiao Hua could barge into the Imperial Academy for a total stranger. He could be considered Xiao Hua's benefactor. How could Xiao Hua not care about his matters? Previously, Xiao Hua was cold to him because he did not cater to Xiao Hua's interests. He did not understand Xiao Hua's warm-hearted nature and was wary of him. Now that Xiao Hua had given him the heavenly pill and saved him again, if he did not make use of this opportunity, he would be ashamed to be the king of the nation. Senior's actions, in less than half a day, the entire country of Shi will praise Taoist priest's name. I'm sure there will be more Taoist friends coming to join you. Xiao Jian congratulated him and reminded him softly, and the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect will also take notice of you. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If a pile is higher than the shore, it will be swept away by the current. This saying has never been broken. Xiao Hua said indifferently, the Taoist friends may not dare to come, but the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect experts will be here soon. Then what should we do? Xiao Jian naturally understood the danger and frowned. We can either hide in the forest or hide in the city. Xiao Hua did not panic, as if he already had a plan. Hide in the city? Xiao Jian shook his head slightly. The four of us did not disguise our appearances. I'm afraid it will not be easy to hide in the capital. In my opinion, we can only hide in the forest. After we leave the Black Cloud Ridge, we can find a place with beautiful scenery. The Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect will not be able to find us. Why do we have to wait until we leave the Black Cloud Ridge? Xiao Hua laughed and asked, if we don't leave the Black Cloud Ridge, how can we find? Just as he said this, Xiao Jian suddenly realized. He slapped his forehead and shouted, AI, why didn't I think of it? Senior's idea is indeed wonderful. If we hide in the Black Cloud Ridge, who would think of it? After all, Lu Yi was still immortal. The demonic arts of the two bat monsters had a deep influence on him. Until now, he still felt that the whole world in front of him was shaking slightly. An indescribable feeling of vomiting was even more profound than a hangover. He had already sworn in his heart that he would never drink another mouthful of wine in this life. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Lu Yi's pale face showed a shocked expression. He could not help but shout, Taoist priest wants to occupy the mountain and become the king? Who said I want to occupy the mountain and become the king? Xiao Hua laughed. Being the king of the mountain is a promising future. I don't have that fortune. I only said that I wanted to rest in the Black Cloud Ridge for a while. I never said I wanted to occupy the mountain and become the king. While speaking, the Herculean centipede flew back and landed on Xiao Hua's shoulder rather proudly. It was in the same position as Little Black and Little Black previously. Its scissor-like antennae were even making kacha-kacha sounds, looking quite lively. Soon after, the black bear spirit also brought the other bear spirits and all kinds of small demons back. As soon as they entered the hall, they immediately changed into a kind of trembling with fear and respect. The lethality that Xiao Hua displayed really shocked them too much. They knew better than anyone else how powerful the bat monster's attacks were. Back then, King Wanshou relied on the sound attack that the bear spirits could not resist and took the Black Wind Ridge from the Black Bear Spirit. The Black Bear Spirit and the group of small demons did not have any power to resist the bat monsters. After so many years, they could be considered to have suffered all kinds of humiliation. Just as Xiao Hua saw when he was invisible, the Black Bear Spirit was the second master in name, but that was only in name. It was just a method that King Wanshou used to control the bear spirits. It was just a trick to make the bear spirits work for him. Facing a fierce person like Xiao Hua who relied on his own strength to kill almost all the bat monsters, They really could not produce a trace of disobedience in their hearts. Chapter 33:54. Greetings, my king. As soon as he saw Xiao Hua sitting on the tiger-skinned stone chair, the black bear's spirit immediately understood what Xiao Hua was thinking. Although he was very uncomfortable in his heart, but this was better than being the third master under the two bat monsters, right? The black bear's spirit kneeled on the ground without hesitation and said respectfully. The other bear spirits reacted a little slower. They looked at Xiao Hua confusedly, as if they had never thought that a human could sit there and be their king. Little ones, kneel, kneel. The black bear's spirit hurriedly shouted. Don't make the king angry. Don't make the king angry. From now on, you're the king of my Black Wind Ridge. We won't be bullied by those little vultures anymore. Yes, yes. Greetings, my king. The group of little demons hurriedly kneeled. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua was very satisfied. He stood up from the stone chair and laughed. Black bear spirit, get up. I am a disciple of the Tao sect. How can I be the king of her Black Wind Ridge? I already said it clearly just now. This position is yours, not mine. I don't dare. The black bear spirit was very tactful. He hurriedly smiled. I'm useless. I was originally the Black Wind Ridge's Black Wind Ridge king, but I saw that the position of Black Wind Ridge king was taken by King Wancho. I can't take it back. Also, I was bullied by a group of vultures. Now that the king helped me kill the vultures, I'm deeply grateful to the king. I can't repay you. The position of king belongs to you. I don't dare to be the second head. I only want to be a little demon under the king. I can make a living in Black Wind Ridge. Come up. Xiao Hua stood up from a stone chair and said, I'm not interested in being some mountain king. You can sit. My king, the black bear spirit kowtowed affectionately. I come up. Xiao Hua shouted, scaring the black bear's spirit so much that he trembled. He was just about to get up, but halfway through, his gaze fell on the Herculean centipede on Xiao Hua's shoulder, and even Lu Yi and the others beside him. A feeling of enlightenment appeared in his heart. With a plop, the black bear's spirit fell to the ground again. Displeasure appeared on Xiao Hua's face as he said coldly, Black bear spirit, do you know why this old man killed two bat monsters and didn't continue to kill you? The black bear spirit trembled slightly, but he still knelt down and said, I know. It's because I shouted when King Wancho was eating people. That's right. Xiao Hua nodded. Exactly. If it weren't for your voice, this old man wouldn't have let you live. Of course, this is only the most important reason. There is another important reason. When this old man saw you, what you were eating, instead of killing all the demons in Black Wind Ridge and letting the demons of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock Ridge take over Black Wind Ridge, why don't I let you be the king of this place? Yes, I understand. The black bear spirit had already calmed down. He lowered his head and said, Then why didn't you come up? Xiao Hua didn't understand. The black bear spirit raised his head and looked at Xiao Hua. I know that I'm not a qualified king. My personality is weak and timid. Not to mention facing King Wancho, I didn't even dare to accept Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock's provocation. My Black Wind Ridge is the weakest of the three demons. If it weren't for Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock being wary of each other, with Black Wind Ridge between them, my Black Wind Ridge would have already been taken over by the two demons. Today I saw that Old Master's methods are heavenly. I'm already tired of the days of taking over a mountain and being a king. I'm willing to be a guard for Old Master, as long as Old Master can teach me spells and ensure my safety. Xiao Hua was stunned. He looked at the black bear's spirit in disbelief. He didn't think that this black bear spirit who didn't eat human flesh would have such a strange idea. Immortal Elder, seeing Xiao Hua stunned, how could Xiao Jian not know Xiao Hua's doubts? He suggested without hesitation, what the black bear spirit said is reasonable. He's the weakest. Today there's King Wancho, tomorrow there's King Qinsho, and what Lion Forest, and what Cloud-Piercing Mountain. He'll be killed sooner or later. This Black Wind Ridge will be someone else's sooner or later. Immortal Elder, don't you want to revive the sect? Then you must have a foothold. This Black Wind Ridge is the border of the three countries. Normal people wouldn't pay attention to it. Immortal Elder, why don't you use this place as a foothold first? This, Xiao Hua was somewhat hesitant. He understood that Xiao Jian had once been a monarch, so his vision and strategies were definitely stronger than his own. However, he wanted to have a foothold, but it was definitely not this Black Wind Ridge. If he used the place where demons gathered as the location of a sect, wouldn't he be shaming the sect for 10,000 years? Xiao Hua seemed to have never thought of this. Old Master. At this moment, a bear spirit with white fur walked out from behind the black bear spirit. He kowtowed and said, I know that Old Master wants to find a place with beautiful scenery and looks down on Black Wind Ridge. But according to what I know, the original Black Wind Ridge, no, the entire Black Wind Ridge wasn't like this. Oh, how do you know? Xiao Hua asked curiously. 1,000 years ago, when I was still young, I passed by here. At that time, this place was a beautiful place with birds chirping and mountains. Later on, I don't know what happened, but it became like this. That old bear spirit said with a trembling voice, if Old Master is willing, you can chase away all the demons from Lion Rock and Mo Ridge and restore this place to its original state. Hee hee, is there still a need to say? Xiao Jian laughed at the side. It must be you demons who came and ruined this place. Immortal Elder, if you have magic power, what this old demon said is also a path. Old Master, the black bear spirit shouted, whether you stay here or leave, I am willing to follow Old Master. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, how about this? You can be your king first. After this old man tests you for a few days, if you can, I will take you in as a gatekeeper. Yes, the black bear spirit was overjoyed. He hurriedly kowtowed. Thank you, Old Master, and you can come up. Xiao Hua pointed at the stone chair and said, this position is still yours. In the future, the matters of Black Wind Ridge will be the same as before. There is no need for any changes. All right, this old man will only change one rule for you guys. The black bear spirit walked up to the high platform. He did not dare to sit down and said respectfully, Old Master, please speak. Since you want to call this Xiao Old Master, then in the future, Black Wind Ridge cannot capture people, much less eat people. Xiao Hua pointed at the group of mortals beside him and said, hurry up and send these people out of Black Wind Ridge. Yes, this little one understands. The black bear spirit looked at the unhappy little demons below the high platform and said, since we are Old Master's disciples, we naturally have to stop eating meat. Actually, the meat of livestock is much more delicious than human meat. Old Master, please rest assured. Once this little one discovers that someone is secretly eating human meat, I will definitely kill them. Yes, this little one understands. At this moment, even though many of the little demons are unhappy, they do not dare to say anything. They all agreed in unison. Good. Xiao Hua nodded his head and looked around. Since you all have agreed, this Xiao will not be stingy. Not to mention restoring your Black Wind Ridge's previous prestige. In the future, I will definitely take down Mo Ridge and Lion Rock. I will let you all live a carefree life here. Furthermore, in the future, when you all know the wonders of my Dao sex cultivation, this Xiao will also let you all obtain immortal fate. This little one thanks Old Master. The group of little demons all express their thanks in unison. However, in their hearts, whatever cultivation, whatever wonders, they do not care. Taking down Mo Ridge and Lion Rock is what they like the most. Find a secluded place for this old man. Xiao Hua instructed. You handle the matters here yourself. If there is anything inappropriate, you can come and find me. Yes, Old Master. The black bear spirit is extremely respectful and sends Xiao Hua to a quiet cave. Then, Xiao Hua instructs the black bear spirit a few more words and gives the task of finding the murderers of Dao Shan and the other Taoists to the black bear spirit. The black bear spirit is very happy to hear Xiao Hua's instructions and leaves in high spirits. After the black bear spirit leaves, looking at the black bear spirit's so-called quiet cave, Xiao Hua does not know whether to laugh or cry. This place is indeed quiet and no noise can be heard. However, this cave is abnormally smelly. How can a person stay in a place like this? Taoist, this little one will clean it up. It will not take long. Lu Yi hurriedly said upon seeing this. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Forget it, we will not live here. Now that it is late, this old man will bring you all to find a spacious and bright place to rest for the night. After we finish our business tomorrow, we will find a clean place to open up the cave. Business? Lu Yi and the others do not know what Xiao Hua is talking about and do not dare to ask. They followed Xiao Hua out and temporarily found a place to rest. After waiting for Xiao Jian and the others to sleep, Xiao Hua released his soul sense. He's a bit puzzled. Not only did he find Xiao Jian and the others, he also killed the bat monsters of Black Wind Ridge. Why did Xiao Huang, Xiao He, and Xiao Silver not return? However, after a moment of investigation, he did not discover anything. Moreover, he did not feel any alarm in his heart, especially since the monsters of Black Wind Ridge can be dealt with by the God Power Centipede alone. The monsters of Lion Rock and Moyun Ridge are probably not that strong. Even if Xiao Huang and the others cannot defeat them, they can definitely escape. Therefore, the three little things are not in any danger. He simply closed his eyes and meditated, waiting for the three little things to return. Out of Xiao Hua's expectations, the night quickly passed, and he did not see any trace of the three little things. This made Xiao Hua surprised. Xiao Jian and the others had long since woken up. They respectfully stood not far away, quietly waiting for Xiao Hua to open his eyes. Xiao Hua released his soul sense again, but still did not find any trace of Xiao Huang and the other two little things. When his soul sense swept over the cave of Black Wind Ridge, he saw that the black bear spirit had indeed sent away the captured mortals. He also obtained a lot of livestock from who knows where. The group of monsters were eating and drinking. The black bear spirit's face was full of worry. From time to time, he would look at the cave Xiao Hua was in, as if he wanted to come over but did not dare. Chapter 3355. This black bear spirit is rather interesting, Xiao Hua smiled. He opened his eyes and smiled at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian, I need to trouble you with something. Senior. Xiao Jian hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. If you need anything, you could just tell me. How can this junior trouble you with anything? And this Xiao saw that you once set up a stall to sell divination in Longevity Town. You have some understanding of feng shui. Xiao Hua smiled. Now that Master Dao Shan's corpse has not been buried, please find a place with excellent feng shui for Master Dao Shan to rest in. Hearing this, Xiao Jian's face revealed a trace of awkwardness. He smiled and said, This junior does know some feng shui. If senior does not mind, this junior will help Master Dao Shan find a place to gather dragons. As he spoke, Xiao Jian took out a palm-sized plate from his bosom. In the center of the plate, there was a suspended needle-like object. Around it, there were dozens of circles. As Xiao Jian muttered something, his feet started to move with some mysterious steps. After a while, Xiao Jian raised his head and pointed in a direction. Immortal Elder, the best feng shui tomb, should be in that direction. All right. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and a Pegasus flew out from the space. He said, Ride the Pegasus and go find it. Yes, this junior understands. Xiao Jian got on the Pegasus. Xiao Hua looked at Yuanya and Lu. You guys get on too. When we bury Master Dao Shan later, you guys should also kowtow a few times. Yes, this junior understands. Yuanya did not understand and simply agreed. Hearing this, Lu Yi was happy. This was clearly treating him as a disciple of the Dao sect. Xiao Jian sat on the Pegasus and pointed out directions from time to time. He turned left and right and wandered around Black Cloud Ridge. He actually did not go far. Fortunately, the more he went, the more remote it was. He did not see any small demons patrolling the mountain. Unknowingly, Xiao Hua asked, Xiao Jian, it seems like your so-called excellent feng shui place should be in Black Cloud Ridge. Yes, senior. If I'm not mistaken, he should be in the Black Cloud Ridge. Xiao Jian nodded. What the old bear said makes sense. And Xiao Huan nodded his head. Suddenly, he was slightly distracted, and a smile appeared on his face. He raised his eyes and looked to the left, only to see a black lightning, a yellow wind, and a beam of silver light. Three little things flew over from that direction at extremely fast speed. At the same time, Xiao Jian pointed at the three little ones and said, "Senior, they should be over there." "Oh." Xiao Hua raised his brows and said thoughtfully, "Then let's go there." As the Pegasus spread its wings, the two little things landed on Xiao Hua's shoulder. Little silver fell into Xiao Hua's hands. He turned his head and looked at the three little things being intimate with Xiao Hua. He was very envious. However, he didn't know that Little Yellow and Little Black were talking excitedly to Xiao Hua. Even Little Silver, who was using its tail to wrap around Xiao Hua's thumb, spat out a small, shiny primordial stone from its mouth, as if it was presenting a treasure. After flying for half a cup of tea's time, they saw a steep foothill. Although this foothill was also filled with black clouds, the gravel at the bottom of the foothill looked similarly dry. Moreover, there weren't any special plants on the foothill, only the black trees that were commonly seen in Black Cloud Ridge. Xiao Jian stopped, scratched his head, and said to Xiao Hua with a bitter smile, "Senior, this is the place with the best feng shui within 100 li radius. According to Junior's judgment, it should be the Rare Dragon Gathering Cave." However, Xiao Jian looked around and explained, "However, this Black Cloud Ridge is filled with dangerous mountains and rivers, and there isn't any Dragon Gathering Cave at all. Moreover, if the old bear didn't say that this Black Cloud Ridge used to be a place with green mountains and clear waters, Junior wouldn't dare to look for a tomb here." At this time, Xiao Hua had already put Little Yellow, Little Black, and the others into his space. With a smile on his face, he said confidently, "If you say it's a good tomb, then it's a good tomb. There shouldn't be any mistake." Xiao Jian let out a long sigh. He picked up the round plate again, jumped down from the Pegasus, and carefully inspected the surroundings. Xiao Hua stood in the air with his eyes slightly narrowed. He raised his head and looked into the distance, as if he was thinking about something. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Jian finally found the tomb. He didn't dare to disturb Xiao Hua, who was in the air, and ordered Yuanya and Yi to dig it out. It didn't take long for the tomb to be dug out. Hearing Xiao Jian's call, Xiao Hua withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at the tomb that had already been arranged. With a wave of his hand, he invited Dao Shan's corpse out and respectfully placed it in the tomb. He sighed and said, "Great Master Dao Shan, you have done good deeds all your life, yet you ended up in such a state. The heavens are truly unfair. However, through your death, this Xiao has clearly seen the dangers of this world. This Xiao knows the pros and cons of the Dao sect's decline. This can also be considered a warning from the heavens. Therefore, your death is not a goose feather, but a mountain. Your death will bring about the rise of the entire Dao sect in the hidden immortal continent. You can rest in peace here. When our Dao sect is reorganized, this Xiao will come and pay respects to the great master." After saying that, Xiao Hua raised his hand. Yuanya and Yi carefully scattered the soil and other things, covering Great Master Dao Shan's corpse. At this time, Great Master Dao Shan's hand was still strangling his neck. Xiao Hua didn't take it off. Seeing that Dao Shan's corpse was buried in the soil, Yuanya found a square stone from afar. Xiao Hua inserted it into the small tomb and used his hand to write the words Dao Shan's tomb. Yi. Xiao Hua stood up and said in a low voice, "In the future, you will be our Dao sect disciple. Right now, no one is kowtowing to Great Master Dao Shan. You will kowtow to him on behalf of this old man and our Dao sect." Yes, this junior understands. He thought about the dozens of Dao sect's disciples that he saw that day were all killed by someone. His expression was also heavy. He walked forward and knelt on the ground and said, "Senior Dao Shan, I'm afraid that your disciples are all accompanying you in the underworld. You won't be lonely. This junior is still not a Dao sect's disciple. However, Taoist elder said that in the future, disciples can join the Tao sect. Disciple will kowtow to the great master. I hope that you will bless our Tao sect to rise and prosper forever. After speaking, Lu Yi was about to kowtow. Yuanya, who was beside him, hurriedly rushed over and kowtowed 9 times like Lu Yi without saying a word. Sigh. Xiaohua looked at the two of them with gratification. He took out the old jade tablet from his bosom and said with a sigh, Seven Sons Temple no longer exists. This is the only thing left. Seeing how that Jiang Wenhao treasured it, it might be useful. Senior. Xiao Jian was a bit embarrassed. He also wanted to kowtow to Dao Shan, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. When he heard Xiaohua take out the jade tablet, he hurriedly said, the jade tablet is something that the ministers of the imperial court hold in their hands when they meet the king. It usually records some things that they want to report. If this item is valued by a Confucian cultivator, there must be something fishy about it. And this old man thinks so too. However, I don't have time to check it out. Xiaohua slowly nodded. He looked at Xiao Jian and said, let's go. Once this matter is settled, we will first open up a simple cave. This old man wants to see the origin of this jade tablet. You should take this opportunity to consume the heaven-mending pill. This old man will protect you from his side. Xiao Jian's face was filled with excitement. He bowed and said, Senior, please wait a moment. This junior will help Senior find a place with excellent feng shui to open up a cave. Ah, Xiaohua was secretly startled. He looked at Dao Shan's tombstone with some thought. He then looked at Xiao Jian and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Xiaohua hesitate, Xiao Jian immediately understood. He hurriedly explained, Senior, you misunderstood. Finding a dragon-gathering cave is different from finding a place to open a cave. Don't be impatient. Don't be impatient. Xiaohua understood a little. He smiled and said, this Black Cloud Ridge doesn't belong to my Dao sect for the time being. It is already not bad to be able to find a place for Master Dao Shan to bury his bones. This old man's intention is to temporarily find a place to cultivate in the Black Wind Ridge. We will talk about it later. Yes, this junior understands. I will listen to Senior's instructions. Xiao Jian could only give up. When everyone returned to the Black Wind Ridge, the Black Bear Spirit was already waiting outside the demon residence. When he saw the Pegasus land, he hurriedly went forward to pay his respects. You can get up. How could Xiaohua not know what the Black Bear Spirit was thinking? He raised his hand to signal him to get up and said, now that the Black Wind Ridge has just landed in your hands, the most important thing should be to properly control the Black Wind Ridge and be a good Black Wind King. After your foundation is stable, this old man will help you destroy Yun Ridge and Lion Rock. My human race has an old saying, haste makes waste. Do you understand? Not at all, not at all. When the Black Bear Spirit heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand. He actually said anxiously, Old Master has misunderstood this little one. This little one just suddenly remembered that Old Master is an immortal who loves cleanliness. The place that this little one brought Old Master to last night, although it was clean, that was this little one's own thoughts. I'm afraid it could not enter Old Master's eyes. This little one went to pay respects to Old Master early this morning and discovered that Old Master was actually not around. This little one did not dare to use my essence perception to search for Old Master's whereabouts. I thought that Old Master had left the Black Wind Ridge in anger, so I waited here. Now that Old Master has returned, I am just happy. And this old man is rather gratified that you have such thoughts. Xiaohua was also surprised when he heard this. He looked up and down at the Black Bear Spirit and smiled. Old Master, are you going to find a place to stay? The Black Bear Spirit smiled and said, this little one will instruct the boys to help Old Master open the residence. There is no need. How could Xiaohua allow a group of demons to contaminate the abode that he used for cultivation? He waved his hand and said, this old man has his own methods. Yes, yes, Old Master's dermic powers are heavenly. This little one understands. The Black Bear Spirit was really respectful towards Xiaohua. Then, Xiaohua released his divine perception and roughly looked around. At a high point in the Black Wind Ridge, he found a place with sufficient sunlight and released a few puppets, allowing them to open the mountain and set up the residence. A few huge puppets easily chiseled open the hard stone walls. In their eyes, the stone walls were like tofu. Not only was Xiao Jian shocked, even the black bear spirit was flabbergasted. Chapter 3356. Black Bear, you should go and do your own things. First stabilize your own forces, then investigate the movements of the other two families. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "If there's anything you don't understand, come and ask Xiao Jian." "Yes, master." Hearing Xiao Hua call him Black Bear, the black bear spirit was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed and said, "This little one has already arranged for the clever children to go to Copper Pillar Country to investigate the whereabouts of those people. I believe there will be news soon. As for Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock, it's nothing. There's no need to rush. As long as Master has the time, won't it be easy? This Black Cloud Ridge will definitely belong to Master." "Ha!" Xiao Hua laughed and pointed at the black bear spirit. "It's easy for you to say that, but in reality, you don't even know what Black Cloud Ridge is like. You all, including Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock, are just decorations for others." "Ah, Master, what do you mean?" The black bear spirit was shocked and said anxiously, "Why can't this little one understand? You don't need to know so much." Xiao Hua laughed. "You are now the Black Wind King of Black Cloud Ridge. In the future, you will also be the Black Wind King of Black Cloud Ridge. Why do you care so much?" "Yes, Master's right. This little one is just a gatekeeper for Master. I don't need to know anything else." The black bear's spirit patted his head and said with a smile, "This little one will go back now. In the future, I will come to pay my respects to Master every day. If there's anything inappropriate, I will come and ask Taoist Xiao." "You don't need to come every day," Xiao Hua hurriedly said. "If there's anything, I will naturally call you over." "Yes, Master." The black bear's spirit respectfully kowtowed and then left obediently. "Senior." After the black bear spirit had walked far away, Xiao Jian narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "This black bear spirit looks honest and sincere, but in reality, he is using you. One should not have the intention to harm others, but one should always be vigilant. You must be careful and not fall into his trap." "Haha, I know what I'm doing." Xiao Hua nodded. He stretched out his hand and took out a jade slip. He was just about to write something, but after thinking for a moment, he stopped and said, "Xiao Jian, sit down cross-legged and close your eyes. Don't resist. I'll tell you some of the taboos when taking the Heavenman pill. Your divine sense is limited, so it should be difficult for you to read the jade slips. This old man will tell you directly." Yes, Xiao Jian couldn't help but get excited again. He quickly closed his eyes and sat down. Xiao Hua pointed his finger at Xiao Jian's forehead, and a bright light flashed. Xiao Hua's voice echoed in Xiao Jian's ears. "Take your time to comprehend it. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask." Xiao Jian did not dare to be negligent. He quickly nodded ferociously. Just like Lu Yi in the past, he started to carefully comprehend, ignoring everything in the outside world. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed. He had told Xiao Jian the way to take the heaven-mending pill and its taboos so that he could be at ease. He did not want him to directly experience it here. Seeing that the opening of the abode was about to be exhausted, there was no need for him to be in a hurry outside this abode, right? However, Xiao Hua also understood Xiao Jian's urgency. He glanced at Yuanya and said, "You wait here for your master. Don't let others disturb him." "Yes, immortal elder." Yuanya waved the demonic hammer in his hand and obediently stood in front of Xiao Jian, acting as a guard. Xiao Hua looked at Lu Yi and asked faintly, "Many things have happened in one day and one night. Do you have any comprehension?" Lu Yi was slightly stunned. He carefully said, "Taoist elder, every person is subject to misfortune and fortune. No matter if it is vitality stones or pills, one must be alive to enjoy them. Last night's matter, whether it was Zhaixing Lu or Seven Sons Temple, they all made this little one very emotional. However, if we're talking about comprehension, this little one feels that compared to what I have seen in the past, it is only slightly magnified. Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. That's right, Lu Yi's growth environment was different from his, and it was also different from ordinary cultivators. The matter of Seven Suns Temple was not a small shock to him. But for Lu Yi, who was used to seeing darkness, perhaps it was nothing. There was no need for him to let him learn anything. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua said again, "Now this old man has finally settled down for the time being. However, this old man will not stay in Hidden Immortal Continent for too long. You also have to take advantage of this opportunity to practice more. If you can refine Qi a step earlier and step into Taoism a step earlier, this old man will be able to better you." "Yes, this little one understands," Lu Yi hurriedly replied. "This little one is currently comprehending the cultivation method that Taoist elder gave me. If there is anything that I don't understand, I will definitely trouble Taoist elder." And Xiaohua nodded. In the end, he looked at Yuanya, who was standing beside Xiao Jian loyally, and sighed slightly. There was no other way. Xiao Jian did not relent. Xiaohua could not accept another person's disciple as his own. "Forget it. I will let the green-robed, primordial spirit look through the jade slips. Perhaps there is some hammer technique. It is also good to give it to Yuanya." Xiaohua and the others waited for a while before the puppets finished opening up the cave. Xiaohua did not need to make any arrangements. The entire cave was divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer was used as a place to receive guests. It was about 100 feet in size. The second layer was a quiet room for Lu Yi, Xiao Jian, and Yuanya. The innermost layer was Xiaohua's quiet room, which was about 100 feet in size. Xiaohua did not set up a pill room, herb garden, and so on that were commonly used in Taoism cultivators' cave residences. Perhaps it would not be too late to set them up when he accepted a disciple and someone needed them. It was even to the extent that Xiaohua might have left Black Cloud Ridge before that time. Xiaohua hurriedly gave a few instructions and entered the inner cave, leaving all the chores to Lu Yi and the others. Xiaohua entered the inner cave. With a wave of his hand, he took out the jade talisman of the capital star formation and protected the inner cave. Then, he patted his forehead and released the Buddha Sarira. Xiaohua was very surprised by the strange phenomenon that occurred at the Seven Suns Temple. He did not know why his Buddha Sarira appeared there. Just like before, when the Buddha Sarira just came out of the Naiwan Palace, it did not even appear in the air. Bursts of Sanskrit chants resounded and layers of heavenly flowers scattered down. One after another, beautiful and graceful fairies appeared in the air. At the same time, a fierce hurricane appeared out of nowhere, making the entire space somewhat unstable. Along with the Sanskrit chants and the heavenly flowers, the Buddha Sarira's eyes opened almost uncontrollably. It gradually looked into the distance. That indescribable benevolence and unparalleled pressure came from the direction the Buddha Sarira was looking at. Under this pressure, the capital star formation gradually collapsed. It could no longer conceal the Buddhist light of the Buddha Sarira. What's going on? Xiaohua knew that his cultivation base had yet to recover, so he couldn't show off too much. This Black Cloud Mountain Range was far from the Black Cloud Mountain Range that the Black Bear spirit knew of. He absolutely couldn't attract the attention of others, especially Confucian cultivators. While feeling puzzled, Xiaohua had no choice but to put the Buddha Sarira back into his Naiwan Palace. Following a flash of golden light from the innate divine restriction outside his Naiwan Palace, the entire inner palace no longer had the aura of the Buddha Sarira. All the strange phenomena disappeared in an instant just like before. Xiaohua was deeply puzzled, but then his heart suddenly jumped. Oh no, he seemed to have thought of something. What else could it be? In the eye of the West Sea, not only did I obtain the Fire Dragon's soul, but I also obtained the Vairocana Buddha's edict. This Buddha's relic used the Vairocana Buddha's edict in the exquisite Dayan Pagoda to cultivate the exquisite Heart Sutra. How could the Buddhist lord of the Western Paradise not know about the strange changes in the sea eye of the West Sea? The strange phenomena of the Buddha Sarira should be related to the Buddhist edict, right? Forget it. I shouldn't take this Buddha Saraira out to show off in the future. Now that I have psychokinesis, this body of mine can also use the Buddha's seal. I'll find a remote place where it's not easy to be discovered. Then, I'll take out the Buddha relic and see if it's because of the Buddha's edict. After thinking, Xiaohua took out the jade tablet from the Seven Sons Temple. When he was outside the cave, he had already used his spiritual will to check it out. There was nothing strange about it, and it was obviously not a Dao sect magic item. He was afraid that it did not match what Xiao Jian said. When Xiaohua took a closer look, the surface of the jade tablet was slightly rough. It was not as shiny as an ordinary jade. Furthermore, the rough lines seemed to be natural and were not talisman scripts. There were even some spots on the jade tablet. Although they were not very eye-catching, it was obvious that the quality of this jade was not very good. If this jade tablet was placed in the Seven Sons Temple and was not taken away by Jiang Wenhao, Xiaohua might not care. He would definitely bury this jade tablet together with Dao Shan. However, since Jiang Wenhao took it and even thought of hiding this item when he provoked the Imperial Academy, Xiaohua would definitely be suspicious of the origin and use of this item. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua activated his remaining true essence and cast a few spells that didn't consume much magic power onto the jade amulet in the air. The jade amulet was like a stone. After a few flashes of brilliance, it didn't move again, following which Xiaohua flicked his finger and a streak of vital energy shot out. It turned into sword aura and hit the jade tablet. The jade tablet rolled a few times before falling down. It was still as plain and simple as before. Damn it, Xiaohua frowned. He did know a few spells that were slightly more powerful, but his mana was not enough to support it. Maybe I can only wait until I return from there. Xiaohua sighed. He grabbed the jade tablet and it landed in his hand. He was about to keep it in his space. However, when Xiaohua's gaze landed on the few spots on the jade tablet, he felt a little bewildered in his heart. These spots are a little strange. Although the Seven Sons Monastery is in dire straits now, they bought the entire western Conquerage back then. They still have some money. Even if they wanted to make a jade tablet, they would not use such a low-grade jade tablet, right? As he thought, Xiaohua closed his eyes. A silver-white radiance flashed out from between his brows like a ripple. The illusion breaker Dharma, eye imprint gradually opened. Chapter 33:57. Open. Xiaohua let out a low roar. The Dharma, eye between his eyebrows, opened, and a silver-white brilliance fell on the jade tablet. The Buddha's heavenly eye was the best at observing minute details. Not to mention, Xiaohua's heavenly eye was cultivated above the illusion breaker Dharma eye. The black that was seen as a flaw by the naked eye and divine sense gradually changed in the Dharma eye. It became bigger and clearer. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xiaohua closed the eye. At the same time his two eyes opened, a smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he muttered to himself. Hee, as expected. These few flaws were actually a few Dao sect arrays. However, these arrays looked rather unfamiliar and were very different from the arrays on Xiaoyu continent. Xiaohua didn't have a good way to break them for a while. After closing his eyes and pondering for a moment, Xiaohua turned a strand of spiritual sense into a thread and sent it into one of the flaws. Just as the spiritual sense probed in, a light wang was heard, and a layer of flowing light appeared on the surface of the jade tablet. So that's how it is. The arrays on this jade tablet can only be broken by the Dao sect spiritual sense. There's no need to use any technique. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Then, he divided his spiritual sense into several strands and pierced them into the flaws of the jade tablet at the same time. Wang. The entire jade tablet shook violently and let out a rumbling sound common to Dao sect artifacts. Good. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He controlled his spiritual sense and sent several strands of spiritual sense evenly into the jade tablet. Woo! Seeing the brilliance overflowing from the surface of the jade tablet becoming more and more dense, Xiaohua was just about to be happy. Suddenly, the brilliance condensed into several small vortexes at the locations of the arrays. Several whimpering sounds abruptly rang out, and, at the same time, several powerful suction forces were born from the jade tablet. Xiaohua's spiritual sense couldn't help but rush in. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked. Although his current cultivation was blocked by the earth crystal Yao milk, and he was only around the foundation establishment stage, his spiritual sense was comparable to the late nascent soul stage. Under the sun-shrouding art, it could even catch up to the spirit-severing stage. How could this little jade tablet bear it? Just as Xiaohua was afraid of damaging the jade tablet and tried his best to withdraw his spiritual sense, he saw several golden rays of light emerging from the inner layer of the vortexes. Like water ripples, they slowly dyed the entire jade tablet. Oh, interesting. Xiaohua's heart stirred, and he decided not to withdraw his divine sense. He only carefully maintained the balance of his divine sense and allowed the jade tablet to absorb his divine sense. Although Xiaohua's heart was already prepared, after waiting for a full hour, his divine sense was almost completely absorbed by the jade tablet. Only then did the entire jade tablet turn into a small golden stone tablet. Xiaohua's face was a little pale, but at this time, he had some understanding. When he sent the rest of his spiritual sense into the stone tablet and took out dozens of Mo Yuntong, he completely understood. Needless to say, just like how the Buddhist sect left behind the ruins of the Buddhist sect in the Dawn Rain continent, this jade tablet was also the fire seed left behind by the Tao sect in the hidden immortal continent. Xiaohua didn't even need to look at these ink cloud pupils. They were definitely cultivation techniques of the Tao sect. Xiaohua had no choice but to prostrate himself in admiration of the Tao sect senior's methods. The entire jade tablet didn't have the slightest fluctuation of a spell formation. Cultivators without special abilities wouldn't be able to discover the spell formation within the jade tablet. In particular, even if they did discover the spell formation within, without the Tao sect's method of controlling divine sense, without a late nascent soul stage divine sense, they wouldn't be able to open the spell formation and see the truth of the jade tablet. AI, the Seven Sons Monastery, guarded this huge treasure trove and actually lost the Tao sect's cultivation technique. Xiaohua thought about how Grandmaster Dao Shan held this jade tablet to worship the Tao sect's ancestors every day, but in his heart, he was envious of other people's Tao techniques. He felt that he had mistreated the Tao sect seniors, and his heart was filled with a bitter taste. If Grandmaster Dao Shan hadn't fallen and Jiang Wenhao hadn't stolen this jade tablet from the Seven Sons Monastery, I wouldn't have been able to obtain this jade tablet and obtain the cultivation technique within. Every sip and peck is nothing more than this. Looking at the ink tablets that were taken out from the golden stone tablet, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and examined them one by one. When he retracted his Buddhist sense from the last ink tablet, his face revealed an expression that didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's right, these dozens of ink tablets were indeed Tao sect's cultivation techniques. However, these cultivation techniques were all for the foundation establishment, enlightening, fusion, heart-stirring, and silent spirit stages. There wasn't even a single Oris core stage cultivation technique. In other words, these dozens of cultivation techniques were only the most basic cultivation techniques for the first and second grade of origin energy. Passing on the torch. Fellow Tao sect seniors, you've all put in a lot of effort. Can't you all obtain a complete set of high-level cultivation techniques? Xiaohua was speechless. With a wry smile, he threw the inky cloud pupils and the golden stone tablets into the space. These cultivation methods are useless to this Xiao. If I establish a sect in the future, I can use them to scare people. Oh, right. After his eyes were clean, Xiaohua's heart was also clear. He suddenly smiled and said, "Damn it. Even with my cultivation, I can't avoid it. Didn't I go to the auction at Zhaixing Lu to obtain some basic cultivation techniques? Although I obtained them in the waning light, why are you complaining? With these basic cultivation techniques, I can let Lu Yi, this brat, step into the ranks of cultivators. Isn't this better than anything else? He. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's face revealed a strange smile. His mind entered the space. However, a moment later, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Xiao Hua's face. He said to himself, "Damn it, what's going on here?" Needless to say, the divine power centipede has gained intelligence. I'm afraid it's because of the yin and yang separation in the space. When did this green-robed Xiao Hua learn to be so cunning? He wasn't the kind of person who could be tricked with just a few words. Why did you say you were busy comprehending cultivation techniques? Why did you say you were busy repairing magic tools? Why didn't you let me comprehend it myself? Alas, it's getting harder and harder to be the boss. But then again, the magic tools repaired by this green-robed guy are really good. Oh, right? If he doesn't comprehend this cultivation technique, he can't not refine the wishful steel rod, right? It's not easy to get another piece of exquisite gold. Why don't you let him refine it into the wishful steel rod? He can choose not to comprehend the cultivation technique, but the wishful steel rod belongs to everyone. He has to agree, right? Sure enough, after a moment, Xiao Hua smiled with satisfaction. He took out an ink tablet from the space and carefully looked at it. The cultivation technique in the ink tablet was indeed complicated, but for Xiao Hua, who could already create his own foundation cultivation technique, it was nothing. In just 4 or 5 days, Xiao Hua had already roughly looked through these cultivation techniques. After reading it, Xiao Hua's eyebrows were twisted together again. These basic cultivation techniques were indeed somewhat different from the cultivation techniques of the Dawn Rain continent in Xiao Hua's hands. There were even many places that were contrary. For example, in the cultivation techniques of the Dawn Rain continent, it was about perceiving the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and introducing it into the body through a special method. In the cultivation techniques of the hidden immortal continent, there was no such thing as perceiving the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It only talked about how to cast the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body. As for how to draw spiritual energy into the body, it was not the same as the Dawn Rain continent, where there were various detection methods, physiques, and qualifications. Moreover, this method of drawing spiritual energy into the body was obviously influenced by the cultivation of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. It was similar to the body cultivation of the Dawn Rain continent. Compared with the cultivation techniques of the Hidden Immortal continent, the cultivation techniques of the Dawn Rain continent first find a suitable physique and then practice different cultivation techniques according to the physique. It seems to be a kind of progress. Xiao Hua thought a lot, but in fact, once the method of detecting physique fails, even ordinary disciples can't be selected. It's better to use the method of the Hidden Immortal continent to first cast the physical body and then find a suitable cultivation technique. Actually, the method of the Dawn Rain continent isn't bad, but in the end, it's because of the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that caused the previous detection method to fail. The so-called 5 elements physique selection method is outdated. In fact, we just need to find another method to replace it. However, this is easy to say, but extremely difficult to do. Without several generations of cultivators fumbling about, how can we succeed? Of course, I've already left the Dawn Rain continent for 100 years. I presume that there's already some understanding of this matter. There's so many cultivators in the cultivation 3 kingdoms. Maybe they already have an excellent solution. And now, Lu Yi can perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he first casts the physical body and then chooses a suitable cultivation technique according to his situation, although it's a bit damaged, he can still cultivate. The more Xiao Hua thought, the more excited he became. He seemed to have already seen Lu Yi's ecstatic appearance. Right at this moment, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly moved as if he had sensed something. He quickly swept out with his divine sense and unexpectedly discovered that Xiao Jian was already standing at the entrance of the inner mansion with a refreshed expression. Although his face was respectful, the smile between his brows couldn't be concealed. Especially when Xiao Jian sensed Xiao Hua's divine sense sweep, he hastily bowed and said, "Junior Xiao Jian respectfully welcomes Senior out of seclusion." Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. Xiao Jian being able to rely on the heaven-mending pill to repair his dantian and recover his cultivation was within his expectations. However, Xiao Jian wasn't like Zhong Yuan, who could repair it in a few hours. Instead, he used a few days, which was somewhat out of Xiao Hua's expectations. Of course, Xiao Jian's cultivation was damaged by others, and after so many years, it was normal for him to take such a long time with the help of the heaven-mending pill's medicinal power. This wasn't enough to make Xiao Hua vigilant. However, since Xiao Jian took the initiative to speak, Xiao Hua couldn't ignore him. After pondering slightly, he could only withdraw his divine sense and say with a smile, "Xiao Jian, congratulations on recovering your cultivation. Our Dao sect has gained another elite. This is all due to Senior's grace. Junior is endlessly grateful." Xiao Jian heard and hastily said in fear, "Junior really wants to call Senior Master like the Black Bear spirit. However, I'm afraid Senior won't accept it, so I can only continue to call Senior." Chapter 3358. When Xiao Hua heard this, he felt annoyed for no reason. He knew clearly that Xiao Jian would never address him as master, because the Black Bear spirit considered himself as the Black Bear guarding Xiao Hua's abode. He addressed Xiao Hua as master like a servant. Xiao Jian was of noble birth and even had the honor of a king. How could he call Xiao Hua master? He didn't need to say anything, and Xiao Hua wouldn't let him call him anything. However, Xiao Hua really didn't like this kind of hypocrisy. If it was the previous Xiao Hua, he would definitely ask Xiao Jian with a smile if he asked Xiao Jian to call him master. However, the current Xiao Hua didn't care about this kind of probing. He only replied indifferently, "It's good that you know. Wait outside the abode." "Yes, senior." Xiao Jian was somewhat proud. He hurriedly turned his head and scolded Yuanya. "Yeah, quickly call the Black Bear's spirit over. Senior Xiao has come out of seclusion. Why isn't he coming over to greet him?" "Yes, master," Yuanya replied, as usual, and hurriedly left. Xiao Jian waited at the side for a while, then carefully went out and waited at the side of the hall. Xiao Hua first kept the capital star formation jade talisman, then took out a few pills and a few jade slips from the space. Only then did he leisurely walk out. The main hall of the cave had already begun to take shape. All the tables, chairs, and other things were ready. There were even some fresh plants around the main hall. Although Xiao Hua couldn't name them, they were already rare and valuable in the Black Wind Ridge. Xiao Hua looked at the emerald greenery, and some of his previous gloominess had already disappeared. Senior Xiao Jian respectfully waited in front of the hall. He bowed again and said, "Junior has already recovered to the upper second grade of Essence Force. This is all due to Senior's efforts. In the future, if Senior has any errands, feel free to tell me. Even if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, Junior will not refuse. And this Xiao understands your intentions." Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. "My Dao sect is in decline now. It's rare for you to have your original second grade cultivation. Now you're not far from the third grade of Essence Force. You still need to work hard. If you have any problems during this period, feel free to find this Xiao. You are a disciple of the Dao faction and have such a bright future ahead of you. If I don't help you, who should I help?" Hearing Xiao Hua's praise, Xiao Jian's face was flushed red. He bowed and said, "Junior will not disappoint Senior's trust. I will cultivate diligently. Junior doesn't dare to say that I can catch up to Senior, but I can at least see Senior's back, right? You're worth teaching." Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at Xiao Jian. As the saying goes, the student surpasses the master. Taoism needs people like you who are eager to make progress. After that, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and withdrew a jade bottle, and he passed it over to Xiao Jian as he said, "These are some spirit pills and miraculous medicines. You might need them while cultivating." Xiao Jian was even more overjoyed. A spirit pill that could help with cultivation. This was definitely an immortal pill in the hidden immortal continent. However, Xiao Hua seemed to never lie. If he said that he could help with cultivation, then he really could help with cultivation. Xiao Jian trembled as he received the jade bottle. After scanning it with his spiritual sense, he carefully put it away. Lu Yi. Xiaohua opened his mouth again. Taoist. Lu Yi hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Junior is ashamed. These few days, I didn't have any special enlightenment. It's fine. Xiaohua smiled and said, This old man wants to ask you, where did these green plants come from? Oh. Lu Yi stared blankly. He didn't expect Xiaohua to notice such a small detail. However, after looking at it, he hesitated and muttered, The tables and chairs in the cave were the idea of Brother Yo and me. We'll let the black bear spirit get them from the outside. These green plants, if I'm not wrong, the black bear spirit got them from the outside of the mountain. Xiaohua didn't ask anymore. He nodded slightly and said, Come closer. This old man still has some incantations to teach you. Thank you, Taoist. Lu Yi was happy again. Of course, he knew that he didn't have to walk over. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and calmed down. Then, Xiaohua's clear voice appeared his ears. Every word flowed like a clear stream. After the time it took to eat a meal, heavy footsteps sounded outside the cave. Xiaohua stopped and said, These are enough for you to comprehend these years. When you can draw qi into your body, this old man will teach you other things. Yes, Taoist. Xiaohua didn't order Lu Yi. Lu Yi only dared to call Xiaohua Taoist. Master, you've come out of seclusion? The black bear spirit didn't come in. The voice rushed into Xiaohua's ears first. Then a huge black bear came in from outside the cave. Yes, this old man just came out of seclusion. Xiaohua looked at the timid black bear spirit with a smile and asked with a smile, How's the matter this old man asked you to do? Sigh, don't mention this, master. The black bear spirit sighed and said, This junior has a bunch of men under me. They're all as boorish as this junior. They're not as smart as King Wancho's subordinates. These few days I've sent out a few small demons, but they didn't find anything useful. As the black bear spirit spoke, an embarrassed expression appeared in his eyes. Xiaohua smiled. Indeed, you also have your own difficulties, but you don't need to be anxious. Slowly search, you'll find it eventually. Yes, this junior will listen to master. The black bear spirit blinked and said awkwardly, Also, master's orders a few days ago. This junior has already urged my men. This junior even killed a few with my own hands. Yes, that's right. Xiaohua nodded. This is the so-called strict obedience. If you say you can't eat human flesh, then you can't. Whoever dares to violate this taboo must be killed. But the black bear's spirit hesitated again and asked bashfully, Other than this junior has something to ask master. Oh, what is it? Xiaohua asked curiously. That. The black bear's spirit stretched out 2 furry paws. Those paws were so fat that they couldn't be held. But even so, the black bear's spirit still stretched out 2 thumbs and bent them, as if kowtowing. Xiaohua was confused. Xiao Jian seemed to have understood something and transmitted a few words to Xiaohua. Only then did Xiaohua wake up and laugh. Black Wind King, you're the king of Black Wind Ridge. What love? Oh, this doesn't seem to be suitable for you. Forget it, this is your private matter anyway. As long as both sides are in love, why should I care? Really? Master, the cowardly and lecherous black bear spirit said embarrassedly. This junior heard that the human race hates this after all, and even says that men and women shouldn't touch each other. This junior is afraid of ruining master's reputation. Yes, since you know this, you should restrain yourself. Don't be as ostentatious as before. Xiaohua naturally thought of the first time he met the black bear spirit. His face turned serious. This senior will not interfere with normal lust. Those methods of cutting off lust should have something to do with Confucianism and Buddhism. This senior does not agree. That's good. The black bear spirit couldn't help but rub his hands. This junior only has this little hobby. Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. He then looked at Yuanya, who came in from outside the cave, and smiled. Yuanya, How are you using that demonic hammer of yours? Reporting Immortal Elder. Yuanya was a little ashamed. This junior has been guarding Master these few days and didn't train much, I.O. Seeing Yuanya, Xiaohua became even more alert. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly released his divine sense, rushing out of Black Cloud Ridge. Xiao Jian and the Black Bear Spirit could feel the release of Xiaohua's divine sense. They hurriedly looked at Xiaohua, not knowing what happened. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua was not shocked, but happy. He laughed loudly. If fate brings us together, we will meet. If not, we will not know each other. This saying is indeed true. Then, Xiaohua instructed the Black Bear Spirit. Black Wind King, your market is here. Take your men and head towards the direction of the Black Cloud Ridge. In about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a large group of people will be coming. Go and rob them. Rob? The Black Bear Spirit was dumbfounded. In a low voice, he said, Old Master, although the men of Black Wind Ridge occupy the mountains and call themselves kings, but we never rob. That's what ordinary bandits do. We don't bother to do it. Besides, now that you're here, I can't embarrass you. If I tell you to go, then go. Xiaohua was not angry and only said with a smile. However, the Black Bear Spirit was still dumbfounded. He smiled bitterly and said, Master, you said it would be a large group of people. This junior's boy is afraid. It's fine. Xiaohua pointed at Yuanya and said, This old man will send Yuanya to go with you. He? The Black Bear Spirit was extremely helpless. Although Yuanya had the strength of 1,000 caddies, he was still lacking compared to the Black Bear Spirit. What could he do? However, Xiaohua had already given the order. The Black Bear Spirit was also helpless. After thinking for a while, he shouted, If Master bestows that centipede, this junior will still dare to fight. You stupid bear, this old man naturally has his reasons for letting you go. Why are you dawdling here for no reason? Xiaohua was a little angry. He scolded and released the divine power centipede. Many thanks, Master. The Black Bear Spirit was not angry. Seeing the divine power centipede fly closer on the demon cloud, he happily raised his arm. The divine power centipede landed on his arm like an eagle. The Black Bear Spirit happily left. If Little Black followed him on his right hand, it would definitely look like Ching Song on the left and Yellow on the right. Immortal Elder. The Black Bear Spirit left, but Yuanya did not move. He muttered in confusion, You, damn it, this is the first time this old man is giving orders. Why are you all so slow? Xiaohua scolded, Whether you go or not, it's not this old man's business. Don't wait for the Black Bear Spirit to take the credit and steal your limelight before you regret it. Chapter 33:59. Xiao Jian was also a bit anxious. The Black Bear Spirit's stupidity just now made him laugh. His divine sense couldn't reach far, so he didn't know what Xiaohua saw. But since Xiaohua asked him to go, there shouldn't be any problems. As for what he would encounter, he would know once he went. At this moment, Yuanya seemed to be even stupider than the Black Bear Spirit. How could he not be anxious? He shouted at Yuanya with disappointment. Yeah, it's Senior Zhao's first time arranging troops. How can you be lazy? Do you know that military orders are like mountains? I don't know. Yuanya was stunned for a moment. Looking at Xiao Jian's angry expression, he shrunk his head and hurriedly left. Seeing the hall empty, Xiao Jian smiled and said, Senior, Yuanya is still an unpolished jade. He doesn't know anything about the ways of the world. Please don't mind him. Yes, I'm afraid that other than you, only I know what he is like. How can I lower myself to his level? Xiaohua didn't get angry because of what happened just now. Instead, he smiled and said, I just wanted to give him a surprise, so I didn't explain it clearly. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua looked at Xiao Jian and Lu Yi and said, It's a pity that I don't have many people to dispatch. Since Senior has already decided to establish a Dao sect, there will definitely be more cultivators coming to seek refuge in the future. They will all listen to Senior's orders. How can Senior not have any generals to send? Hearing this, Xiao Jian immediately smiled and said, "Moreover, if senior helps." Speaking up to here, Xiao Jian's smile froze. He clenched his teeth and finally said what he didn't dare to say for a long time. If senior can help junior restore the country, junior will definitely respect senior as the state preceptor. Not only will junior perform the etiquette of a disciple, but the hundreds of generals in front of the Golden Hall will also listen to senior's orders. Senior's wish to establish a sect is at your fingertips. Looking at Xiao Jian's eager expression, Xiao Hua's heart moved. He stared straight into Xiao Jian's eyes. Unfortunately, in just a moment, Xiao Jian's gaze flickered as if he was guilty. Seeing this, Xiao Hua immediately withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "I've already said it before. I'm afraid today will be the last time I say it. You're a disciple of my sect. If it isn't an outrageous matter, senior will help you. As long as you wish to restore your country, this old man will definitely help you accomplish it. As for the imperial advisor, do you think this old man would care?" Yes. Senior is an otherworldly expert. Junior has made conjectures based on the worldliness of mortals. Senior, please don't blame me. Xiao Jian's forehead was actually covered in a layer of fine sweat, which was obviously inconsistent with his cultivation of second-grade essence energy. Other than the fact that he had already recovered his cultivation and could feel the valiance of Xiao Hua's cultivation, there was also the fact that Xiao Hua's words gave him quite a bit of pressure, causing him to have no choice but to think carefully. "Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore." Xiao Hua stood up and said, "Now that it's starting to get lively outside, let's go take a look together. Now that you can fly, you don't need this old man to take you out, right?" Immediately after, a five-colored auspicious cloud suddenly appeared under Xiao Hua's feet, lifting Xiao Hua into the air. It was the cloud riding technique that Fu Jiwen had given Xiao Hua. Seeing the auspicious cloud appear under Xiao Hua's feet, the corner of Xiao Jian's eyes slightly twitched, and he said with a smile, "Senior's cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. This junior is unable to reach it. But fortunately, this junior is already able to fly, so there's no need for senior to make a move." As he spoke, a faint, almost inaudible cloud also appeared under Xiao Jian's feet, lifting Xiao Jian up into the air. He followed Xiao Hua out of the Black Wind Ridge and flew out of the Black Cloud Ridge. The side of the Black Cloud Ridge that led to the Jiasa country and Jiang country was different from the Copper Pillar country. Other than the gloomy black clouds, there were swamps all over the ground. Above the swamps, there was also a type of miasma. This miasma was extremely poisonous, and if any wild beasts or passers-by came into contact with it, their skin would fester and they would die. As a result, not to mention the lack of pedestrians, even the demons of the Black Wind Mountain Range rarely passed by here. Within the swamp, there were several water paths. Under the cover of the black and gray water plants and vines, they pointed into the distance. This path was as lonely as the thorns in the wind. Other than the stinky water, there were occasionally locusts and other things, and there were no traces of humans. Suddenly, the deathly still swamp flashed with a trace of ripples, as if something had fallen into it. However, upon closer inspection, the ripples came from different parts of the swamp. Even the water plants beside the swamp were slowly swaying along with the ripples. Gradually, the ripples and swaying grew larger and larger. When the entire swamp on the side of the Black Cloud Ridge began to sway, a cloud of smoke and dust rose from the direction of Jiang country. At the same time, a rumbling sound came from the source of the smoke and dust. The entire earth seemed to be shaking. The smoke and dust seemed to be very far away from the Black Cloud Ridge. However, in the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, the sound of a powerful army resounded throughout the Black Cloud Ridge. On the desolate road, a maroon horse appeared. The horse's four hooves were in the air. Every time it galloped, peach blossoms would appear under its hooves. Not only that, the horse looked extremely tired. Its entire body was blood red, and drops of faint blood-colored sweat seeped out from its raised mane. When the sweat blew off the horse's body, it immediately turned into blood-red peach blossoms in the air. Although the horse was tired, the muscles in its four legs trembled as it continued to gallop with all its might. Looking at the peach-red horse again, there was a woman dressed in peach-red armor sitting on it. This woman had a graceful figure, and even the dazzling armor could not hide her graceful figure. As for the woman's face, it was covered by a pink scarf. However, when the scarf fluttered in the wind, one's gaze fell on her back. There was a foot-long eagle feather arrow pierced deeply into her back. The pitch-black blood had already solidified, staining the woman's peach-red armor and the saddle beneath her. Looking around the woman, there were a few other women of similar age. These women were riding different mounts. Some were horses, some were flying beasts. Although there were a few wounds on their bodies, they still held weapons in their hands and protected the woman. In the air behind these women, there were dozens of cultivators in Taoist robes on top of a large multicolored cloud. These cultivators were not very old, and each of them held a magic artifact of different brilliance in their hands. Although their clothes were still intact, from time to time, they would turn their heads to look at them with fear in their eyes. In front of these cultivators was an old man. There was no cloud under his feet, but he was flying much faster than these cultivators. He looked at the woman in front of him, then looked at the black cloud ridge in the distance, which was shrouded in black clouds. There was a puzzled look on his face. Behind these cultivators, there was another group of black-armored soldiers under the lead of two generals. They were doing their best to urge their black horses forward as they vigilantly looked back. Although these soldiers and generals were covered in blood and their black armor was mostly torn, their eyes were filled with unyielding determination. There was no sign of compromise or dejection. This was completely different from the other cultivators. Although there were no small number of people fleeing for their lives, there were at least 100 of them. However, the sound of their horses' hooves was scattered, and the earth was clearly not caused by them. Looking behind them, 100 zhang away on the main road, a group of about 300 cavalrymen were hot on their heels. Not to mention the thin iron armor on the black horses. Even the cavalrymen on the black horses were also clad in heavy armor. The pitch-black heavy armor covered the cavalrymen from head to toe. Not to mention blades and swords. Even the naked, I could not easily see through it. What was special was that each of these knights was holding a spear in the shape of a goose egg. They stood neatly in front of the horse's head, and the black spearhead flashed with a frightening brilliance. It was obvious that it was extremely sharp. Not only that, but above the 300 cavalrymen, there were another 200 or so people riding a large bird-like flying beast. This flying beast had a pitch-black head and a blade-like beak. Its neck was bare without a single feather, and its 3-meter-long wings were covered in black and white feathers. These 200 or so people wore armor and held crossbows in their hands. These crossbows were not ordinary. They were actually engraved with inscriptions. Iron arrows as thick as fists were stuck in the crossbow's grooves, and at the tip of the arrows, there were inscriptions that were as small as grains of rice. Strands of righteous chi were rapidly flowing into the crossbows as the inscriptions flashed. The righteous chi that these Confucian cultivators had always preached was now filled with a kind of austere aura. Seeing the black clouds in the distance, a burly general in front of the heavily armored soldiers only raised his head slightly and coldly swept his gaze over them. His face, which seemed to be carved from stone, didn't change in the slightest. However, he still turned his head slightly and glanced above him. There was a huge goshawk on top of the goshawk. The goshawk was an old man in martial attire, and a sinister centipede-like scar split the old man's face in half. One of the halves was extremely red and looked terrifying. The old man seemed to have sensed the general's gaze. He lowered his head and glanced indifferently at the general. A cold snort came from his nose, after which he extended his right hand and drew a line in the air. It cut through the air like the edge of a blade, appearing very decisive. The general understood and raised his hand to pat the black horse beneath him. The horse let out a long neigh that sounded like a dragon's roar. The four hooves of the horse stirred up several splashes of water. The black horse carried the heavy armor and rushed into the sky. Its speed was not much slower than the birds in the sky. Princess, seeing the black clouds in the distance gradually approaching, and a nauseating stench began to spread in all directions. An old woman who was closest to the peach blossom horse could not help but speak up. Black Cloud Ridge is right in front of us. That place is a place where demons run rampant. We are fleeing for our lives without the protection of elites. How can we enter this tiger's den? Chapter 3360. Grandma G. Without waiting for the woman on the pink horse to speak, on the other side, a young woman who seemed to be closer to the princess screamed, "Now that things are urgent, the elite soldiers of the Copper Pillar Country are right behind us. If we escape in another direction, how can we escape from their clutches? Although there are demons in the Black Cloud Ridge, it is precisely this kind of danger that not only poses a threat to us, it also poses a threat to the elite soldiers of the Copper Pillar Country, right? If they follow us into the Black Cloud Ridge, we servants will risk our lives to protect the princess. We will be able to protect the princess and escape, and those pursuers will probably die here." That's right, that's right. The other woman also gritted her teeth. It's better to be a broken jade than a complete tile. Even if we die, we will drag these evil thieves down with us. Lowly servant. When Grandma G heard this, she was furious and shouted, "Is this the idea you gave to the princess? The capital of my country has been breached, and the palace has fallen. If nothing goes wrong, other than the princess who escaped with her life, the others, I'm afraid they will all die for their country. The princess is now the only hope for the revival of my country. With such a heavy burden on her shoulders, how can she take the risk? Princess." At this point, Grandma G earnestly advised, "Since we have not yet entered the Black Cloud Ridge, this old servant earnestly requests that the princess take back her orders and transfer us to the Jiasa country. The Jiasa country has always been on good terms with my country. When we get there, the king of the Jiasa country will definitely take the princess in. When the princess recuperates, this old servant earnestly requests the Jiasa country to help the princess restore her country." Grandma G. The princess spoke with a mournful voice. "Don't blame them. Choosing the Black Cloud Ridge was my idea. It has nothing to do with them." "Yes, Your Highness." Hearing the princess speak, Grandma G's face revealed a trace of kindness, as if her goal was to let the princess speak. After all, it was always worrying for a person to not say a word for several hours. Since she had opened her mouth, the princess did not plan to remain silent. As she galloped, she turned her head to look at her followers and smiled bitterly. "Grandma G, do you think that with just these few people, we can safely reach the Jiasa country? Do you think the king of Jiasa Kingdom will accept us as you wish?" This, Grandma G was slightly taken aback and said with a smile, "No matter what, Your Highness is still the princess of my Jiang country. Not only is your bloodline noble, you are also the only descendant of the Jiang country." "Shut up!" the princess shouted. "Granny G, royal father and royal mother's whereabouts are unknown. We only risked our lives to escape from the capital. How can you say such disgraceful words? What would others think if they heard this?" Yes, I was wrong." Granny G hurriedly lowered her head and did not dare to say anything more. Heavens! After the princess finished speaking, she seemed to be greatly saddened in her heart. She unconsciously looked up to the sky and wailed, "My Jianghua has always governed the world with benevolence. We have never offended the borders of our neighboring countries. We have always been tolerant of the disputes of our neighboring countries. Why would the heavens treat my Jiang family like this?" The princess's sorrowful cry made all the maidservants feel sad. A few of them even began to cry. Seeing that they were only a short distance away from the swamp of the Black Cloud Ridge, Grandma G could not help but persuade again. "Your Highness, as long as there is life, there is no need to worry about firewood." As long as your highness is safe, my Jiang country will have the hope of restoring it sooner or later. If your highness wants to feed the tiger with your body today, it will be difficult and dangerous. Once you make a mistake, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Grandma Ji, you have said so much. It is better to pray to the heavens. Let the heavens open their eyes and let royal father and royal mother in the capital be safe and sound. Only if they survive can I have the hope of peace. If they die for the country, do you think that the Jiasa country will accept me, a princess in distress? Do you think that I, a mere woman, can get them to help me restore my country? The princess clearly saw further than Grandma Ji, and the corner of her mouth under the silk scarf revealed a trace of ridicule. Your Highness! Grandma Ji took a deep breath, looked at the swamp that was gradually approaching, and said with a bitter smile, "This old one is just a servant in the palace, but this old one has good fortune. I have watched His Highness grow up since he was young, and I have also become His Highness's wet nurse." Looking at His Highness. To say something offensive is to look at your own child. This servant would rather die than let His Highness suffer the slightest grievance. Previously, when His Highness was injured, this servant's heart was cut in half. Now that His Highness is about to enter danger, this servant's heart is about to be torn apart. Grandma Ji, the princess's voice was slightly calm, but it was even more sorrowful. I know what you are thinking. However, since I'm going to come here, how can I simply take the risk? As early as the day when the Copper Pillar country invaded my border, Royal Father had already explained it. In this Black Cloud Ridge, there is a hidden hand of my Jiang country, and he has also asked an expert of the Dao sect to use divination to determine that this trip is a great fortune. You don't have to think too much about it. Amitba, Grandma Ji could not help but cry out. Your Highness has such good fortune. Even if this servant were to die right now, I would still be willing. The princess smiled slightly. Enduring the pain, she reached out her hand and took out a palm-sized jade pendant from the peach red armor. The jade pendant was emerald green in color, sparkling and translucent. When the princess activated a trace of her magic power, the entire jade pendant emitted a pure green light. Then, it left the princess's hand and turned into a fist-sized flying crane. The flying crane let out a clear cry in midair and plunged into the dense black clouds of the Black Cloud Ridge faster than a meteor. Your Highness! Grandma Ji was stunned. She looked at the gap in the thick clouds that was created by the flying crane in astonishment and almost blurted out, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty is actually here." That's right, Grandma Ji originally thought that the princess was talking about the Black Cloud Ridge, but she really didn't expect that the reinforcements would be inside the Black Cloud Ridge. That's right, it's the Black Cloud Ridge. At this point, the princess no longer hid anything. Royal Father has already made some arrangements in the Black Cloud Ridge. Even I just found out about it. How is that possible? Not only did Grandma Ji not understand, even the cultivators who had been flying behind the princess were also puzzled. Everyone didn't understand what kind of arrangements the king of Jiang country had made in the Black Cloud Ridge where demons ran rampant. Of course, it was only for a moment, but everyone seemed to have understood something. It seemed that the princess was relying on those demons. Thinking of this, the hundreds of soldiers were overjoyed. The panic on their faces disappeared, and even their morale was boosted. Even their backs straightened a little. It's just that. A backup is a backup. It can only be treated as a possible method. At this time, the princess's faint voice sounded again. Things have changed with the passage of time. Whether Royal Father's arrangements are useful now, or whether there are any changes, no one knows. Everyone, it's best to be careful. After saying this, the princess didn't wait for the others to reply. Gritting her teeth, she urged the peach red horse to rush towards the swamp again. That kind of absolute determination had nothing to do with affinity. It was as if the peach red horse's sweat had fallen on the wet ground, turning into a wisp of peach red and disappearing. Sure enough, what everyone was worried about happened. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they had almost reached the edge of the swamp. There is nothing strange about the black clouds, not to mention the demons. Not even a bird could be seen flying out. Your Highness, the old man who was flying in front of the cultivators opened his mouth. His voice was like a golden chime. If it's still possible, this old man can bring the Tao soldiers here to set up a formation and block it for a while. If the hidden hand here really fails, we can still escape to another place. Unfortunately, before the princess could speak, a burst of bird cries rang out. Everyone turned their heads in shock, only to see that the pursuers of the Copper Pillar country, who had just gathered together, had already spread out their formation. Hundreds of birds flew towards the outside of the main road, as if they wanted to seal off all the escape routes of the Jiang country, forcing them to escape into the Black Cloud Ridge. When the old man saw this, his face turned ashen. He looked up at the black clouds that were as thick as a mountain and clapped his hand. A Dharma treasure that looked like a seal appeared in his hand. He then lowered his head to look at the group of women and soldiers who were also panicking. He let out a sigh and used his Dharma power to charge into the swamp with the peach blossom horse. The peach-red horse was naturally not afraid of the swamp. The main road that was filled with water was just under its forehooves. Many palace maids also patted their mounts, either stepping on the air or emitting a variety of lights, all of them flashing in the air. However, the soldiers behind them were unable to do so. Whoosh! Just as they rushed into the swamp, one of the black armored army's mounts sank into the swamp. Before the cavalry could jump out and pull on the reins to save them, a huge suction force was born from the swamp. The black horse howled as it was swallowed by the mud and water, and a few dirty whirlpools flashed on the surface of the water. The cavalry holding the reins in his hands hurriedly let go of the reins, and his body was wrapped up by the horsewhip of the cavalry beside him. Even so, the reins still hit the back of the cavalry's hand like a whip, and a bloody scar suddenly appeared. At this time, the Copper Pillar country's flying pursuers were like giant beasts with two wings spread out, blocking the surrounding hundreds of meters. They seemed to be slowly but quickly advancing towards the Black Cloud Ridge. On the black horse that was already flying in midair, the stern general looked at the ferocious-looking old man on the flying eagle beside him and gave orders. When the entire formation was in place, the general opened his mouth and said, "Teacher Pan, this general does not understand. Since we are going to cast a long line to catch a big fish, why do we stop here? If so, this general could have taken the life of the Chongling princess from 100 miles away. Why wait until now?" General Su Kun, a hint of harshness flashed across the old man's face. He said coldly, "We are ordered by the Lord to capture the remnants of Jiang country in one fell swoop, and use this opportunity to see if we can incite the ambitions of Jiasa country. However, since this bait is no longer effective and isn't going in the direction we want, why should we continue to wait?" Teacher Pan's meaning. General Su Kun seemed to understand, but when he looked at the black clouds not far away, he was even more confused. He probed, "Is it possible that the demons of the Black Cloud Ridge are the remnants of Jiang country? Is it a secret move of the Jiang family?" Chapter 3361. A fairy is a fairy, not a person. Even if she is used by the human race, it is only temporary. How can the ruler of Jiang country give the fate of his beloved daughter to a fairy? Pancher said coolly. Before this old man came, Master gave this old man a secret order. If the Chongling princess charges into Black Cloud Ridge, there is no need to follow, just kill her. Jiang country has no more backup plans. As to the reason, I fear it is not something we should know, right? Yes, this general understands. This general only knows how to charge, and does not know anything else. General Su Kun's brow did not even move when he heard this. He raised the long spear in his hand and said, "Everyone, listen to my order. Kill without mercy." The group of heavy armored soldiers raised their long spears and shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky. "Stop! At the same time, in the swamps of Black Cloud Ridge, the princess' clear and decisive voice sounded. The peach-red horse stopped in midair. "Your Highness!" Granny G was shocked and shouted. "This is an urgent time. Why did you suddenly stop?" Everyone. The Chongling princess looked at the black armored soldiers who had stopped neatly in the swamp. The smelly muddy water had drowned the black horses and iron hooves. She said with a grimace, "At this time, we are at the end of the line. Father King summons have been sent out for a long time. If that person is still here, still loyal to the Jiang family, he would have appeared by now. Even if he does not appear, there will be a response. Right now, everyone has seen that the summons sank like a stone in the ocean. This palace's last straw has disappeared. In this world, no one will risk being killed by the Copper Pillar State to save this palace. You are all soldiers and are not loyal to the Jiang family. If you wait here, when the heavy, armored soldiers of the Copper Pillar State come, you can surrender and escape with your lives." As she spoke, the Chongling princess pointed into the distance and said, "Also, even if you follow this palace, the swamps of Black Cloud Ridge are not places you can enter, other than a slim chance of survival. This palace cannot think of any other ending for you." "Your Highness!" Two generals jumped off the black horses and knelt on one knee in the swamp in black armor. They held their spears and shouted, "We are people of Jiang in life and ghosts of Jiang in death. I already swore to the heavens before I joined the army. If your Highness abandons us, we can only commit suicide here. I can lead a group of men to protect the monarch in the underworld." "Fine." The Chongling princess' eyes were red. She jumped off the peach-colored horse and also landed in the swamp. She did not care that the mud dirted her pink deerskin boots. She walked step by step in front of the two generals and reached out to help them up. She said, emphasizing each word, "This palace is comforted by your loyalty. This palace swears to live and die with you. I won't leave you." "Your Highness!" The two generals stood up. They were so moved that tears almost fell from their eyes. They hurriedly said, "We are merely soldiers in the army. We don't deserve your Highness's love. Although we are now at the end of the road, there is still a way out. Your Highness, you must not lose your confidence. There's a demoness in front of me and a ferocious army behind me. What hope do I have?" The Chongling princess smiled sadly. While the smile was covered by a silk scarf, it infected many people. Third sectuncle. At this time, a handsome cultivator among the Dao soldiers spoke. "Qianli and Kongli are soldiers of Jiang country. They already made a blood oath before they joined the army. But we disciples of the Dao sect did not swear to be loyal to Jiang country. Now that the Jiang country princess has given up on life, we do not need to die with her, right?" Qin Ping. The old cultivator's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, "While we do not need to live and die with the Jiang family, we were entrusted by our grandmaster to protect Jiang country. The Chongling princess is a descendant of Jiang country. We must protect her. Even if your Highness has a broken heart, we have to listen to your Highness' arrangements. How can we make our own decisions?" Seeing the Dao soldier speak before she could speak, and this old cultivator said, "You do not have to live and die with the Jiang family," and then said, "You cannot make decisions on your own." While he was scolding the Dao soldier, he was reminding her. The Chongling princess was weary and knew that the Dao soldier's heart had dissipated. It was the same whether they were here or not. So the Chongling princess said seriously, "Elder Qin, the imperial preceptor worked hard for my Jiang country and protected my country for decades. Today he died for my Jiang family. My Jiang family cannot repay such kindness. However, in today's situation, I am the only one here. The state preceptor's bloodline has already done everything for my Jiang family. I swear on behalf of my royal father and the Jiang family that the imperial preceptor's line will cut off all ties with my Jiang family. There is no need to protect my Jiang family." "Your Highness." Hearing this, Granny Ji and the palace attendants paled. The palace attendant close to the Chongling princess hurriedly shouted, "This matter cannot be so rash. These Dao soldiers are our greatest reliance. If they all leave. Granny G's voice was even harsher. Imperial Preceptor Qin has planned for my Jiang country for decades, but my Jiang country has not been unkind to the Imperial Preceptor's line. My Jiang country has used the power of the entire country to provide for the Imperial Preceptor's cultivation, and the military power to provide shelter for the Imperial Preceptor's line. This is the so-called without the lips, the teeth will be cold. Granny, the Chongling princess grimaced. Now, without the lips, the teeth will be cold. Why drag others to their deaths? Now, if one can leave, it is one. I have made my decision. There is no need to say more. Yes, Your Highness. Granny G and the others gritted their teeth. Looking at the Dao soldiers who were usually superior in both the Imperial Palace and Jiang country, the anger in their hearts was self-evident. That sect Uncle Qin's face was hot, but his life was important at this time, and he could not be reserved. He braced himself and bowed. This old man thanks Princess for your help. This old man and the others will remember Princess's kindness. If fate wills it, this old man will repay Princess. Elder, please. The Chongling princess still stood in the mud with a dignified bearing. She raised her hand and said with a smile, "The green mountains do not change. The green water flows forever. Your Highness, we will meet again." Sect Uncle Qin did not dare to delay. As he spoke, he channeled his power and led the disciples to fly diagonally toward the edge of the Black Cloud Ridge. Over there, the flying soldiers of the Copper Pillar country had not yet closed in. There was still a large gap. Also, from the numbers and flying speed of the flying soldiers, these dozens of Dao soldiers had a high chance of breaking through. Set up the formation. Just as the Dao soldiers flew away, the Chongling princess gave a faint order. Qian Li and Kong Li stilled. Then their faces flushed red. They exchanged a look and shouted at the same time, "Everyone, set up the formation. We will fight to the death with the heavy armored soldiers of the Copper Pillar country." Yes, the dozens of black armored soldiers roared at the same time. They all turned their horses around and rushed out of the swamp. The dozens of people formed a formation. Everyone could clearly see the enemy in the distance. The iron spears in everyone's hands could also be seen through the gaps between the people, revealing a sharp light. Set up the formation. A woman next to the Chongling princess screamed, "We will fight to the death with the eagle soldiers of the Copper Pillar country. We will kill these eagles and turn them into vultures." Yes, the women responded in unison, their voices traveling far. Then they urged their horses to line up in the air. Their gazes were like swords as they looked into the distance. Uncle Master Qin led a group of Dao soldier disciples, panicking like stray dogs. He did not dare to delay at all. He tried his best to activate his mana and flew towards the gap that had not been closed yet. In just a few minutes, he had already reached the edge of the Black Cloud Ridge. At this time, the Eagle soldiers who rushed over were shouting and urging the Eagle soldiers. They were still 1,000 feet away from here. As long as Uncle Master Qin and the others rushed another 1,000 feet or so, they would be able to break out of the encirclement and escape with their lives. Qin Ping, who had first suggested escape, finally sighed in relief. He said in a low voice, "Third sect uncle, this disciple told you long ago that we do not owe the Jiang family anything. The Jiang family is at the end of the line. If we do not leave now, we will turn to dust with them." Ah, some things are easier said than done. Sect Uncle Qin also sighed in relief. Looking at the Eagle soldiers in the distance, he said with a sigh, "The destruction of the Jiang family is strange. Grandmaster's death was too sudden. Many of his arrangements were disrupted. We followed Grandmaster's orders to protect the Chongling princess. Our teacher did not take back his orders. How can this old man leave? But the Chongling princess is benevolent and did not hold us back. It is not too late for us to leave." "What Chongling princess?" Qin Ping sneered. "A phoenix on the ground is not as good as a chicken. She is just an ordinary woman right now." Before Qin Ping could finish speaking, dozens of long cries of birds were emitted from the black and white bird soldiers in the distance. Immediately, A hurricane descended from the sky and landed in the area where the cries of the birds were coming from. Black and white light soared into the sky and intertwined in midair. Once this light scattered, dozens of colorful phoenixes that were several times larger than an ordinary eagle charged out from the bird soldiers. These colorful phoenixes flew extremely quickly and covered a distance of 1,000 feet with just a flap of their wings. Especially, there were 2 armored soldiers standing on these colorful wands. They worked together to raise an enormous crossbow that was 3 zhang long. The crossbow was pointed at the Dao soldiers of Jiang country. Not good. Sect Uncle Qin's expression changed when he saw this. He exclaimed, "Flying wand soldiers! Immortal killing crossbow! Quickly set up a formation to meet the enemy." In reality, there was no need for Sect Uncle Qin's reminder. When all the Dao soldiers saw the colorful wands fly out and the crossbows appear, their faces turned pale as though they were grieving. The physical energy in their bodies surged as they charged into the distance without any regard for their lives. They did not even have time to take out their protective talismans, much less set up a formation. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.